I had just finished a stressful stretch at work when my coworker, Mitch, asked if I'd house sit his cabin while he took his wife and kids to Florida for 2 weeks. He knew I'd been looking for a break and said it would be the perfect getaway. The cabin was in northern Michigan, near a small town with only a gas station, diner, and a hardware store. The rest of it was dense woods, long gravel roads, and more wildlife than people. Sounded peaceful to me. I said yes. He gave me a rundown before he left. The cabin had a wood stove, backup generator, and well water. The Wi-Fi was spotty, so he warned me not to rely on it. There was a shed with firewood, a fridge already stocked, and a small room upstairs with books and board games. Seemed like he was setting me up for a quiet, uneventful stay. That's what I wanted. I arrived on a Monday afternoon. The drive was quiet. No traffic, just open sky and woods. When I reached the gravel turnoff that led to the cabin, the GPS lost signal, and the road narrowed until it felt like I was driving into nowhere. After about 15 minutes, the trees opened up to reveal the cabin. A small log structure with a porch and a single upstairs window. The shed was off to the left, and there was a rusted truck parked beside it. Mitch had told me it hadn't run in years. The air was crisp, and everything was silent except for birds and the occasional creak from trees swaying. I unpacked my things, checked the fridge, stocked just like he said, and explored the place. It was clean and cozy. Small kitchen, living room with a couch and wood stove, a bathroom off to the side, and stairs leading up to the bedroom and reading room. I found a flashlight, extra batteries, and a drawer with a few tools and matches. Everything was exactly how Mitch had described it. The first few days were uneventful. I'd wake up late, drink coffee on the porch, and spend time reading or walking the narrow trails behind the cabin. I even chopped some wood just to kill time. The nights were quiet, pitch black outside, and freezing cold. I made sure to bring in enough firewood every evening to keep the stove burning through the night. But on the 4th day, I noticed something odd. I had brought some snacks from home, granola bars, a bag of trail mix, and some cans of soup. I clearly remembered placing the unopened bag of trail mix in the cupboard above the sink. But that morning, when I opened the cupboard, the bag was half gone, and the top was rolled down like someone had been eating from it. I stood there for a minute trying to reason with myself. Maybe I had opened it and forgot. I looked in the trash for the tear strip that would have come off the top. Nothing. The bag was rolled, but not clipped. I never roll snack bags like that. I always use a chip clip. I pushed it out of my mind. Later that afternoon, I went out for a walk and took the longer trail that looped around behind the shed and back toward the porch. I noticed muddy prints near the back corner of the cabin. They looked like boot prints, heavy ones, and they were fresh. The night before it had rained, and these prints were sharp, not washed out. They trailed along the side of the house, curved toward the back window, and stopped. I felt a twinge in my stomach. I hadn't walked there since the day I arrived, and I always came in and out the front door. I looked around, but the woods were still and empty, too quiet almost. That night, I locked the doors and double-checked the windows. I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up to every little sound. Cracking wood, wind hitting the walls, the stove popping as logs shifted. The next morning, I noticed more things. The bathroom light was on. I never leave it on. One of the firewood logs I brought in was gone from the stack inside the cabin. I know exactly how many I bring in, 6 each night, and only 5 were left in the basket. And when I went to make coffee, I noticed my mug had moved. I always set it on the right side of the sink, but now it was on the left, with a faint ring of coffee around it like it had been used. I checked the locks again. They were still locked. No signs of forced entry. The windows were secure. I walked around the cabin and didn't see anything new, but I had that same unsettled feeling in my chest, like someone was watching. That day, I stayed inside. I kept thinking maybe I was being paranoid, maybe the isolation was messing with my sense of time or space, but something wasn't adding up. I texted Mitch to ask if anyone had a spare key. He said no, just him, and now me. That night, I slept with a flashlight under my pillow. At around 2:30 a.m., I heard a noise, soft, almost like a door creaking open. I froze. I listened, came again, then stopped. I sat up, grabbed the flashlight and walked out of the bedroom. The cabin was dark, but the fire was still burning low. I checked every room. Nothing looked out of place. Then I turned toward the front door. The lock was turned open. The door was still shut, but the deadbolt had been twisted. I know I locked it. I was certain. I relocked it, moved a chair in front of the door, and sat on the couch for the rest of the night, staring at the shadows dancing from the wood stove, trying not to blink too long. I didn't sleep. I just waited for morning. At daylight, I did a full sweep of the outside. I found more prints. Same heavy boots, maybe size 11 or 12. They went from the back of the shed toward the porch steps, then around the side of the cabin. One print was near the bedroom window upstairs. I had been up there, sleeping while someone was right outside. That morning, I started packing my things. I decided I'd cut the trip short and leave the next day. I didn't want to seem paranoid to Mitch, but something wasn't right. I didn't feel safe. I figured one more night, then I'd go home. I kept all the lights on that evening. I left my bags by the door and kept my boots close. The fire burned hot, and I didn't bring in any more wood. I just wanted to get through the night. At some point, I dozed off on the couch. Then I heard the porch creak. Very slow, step by step. I held my breath. The fire had died down, and the cabin was dim. I clicked the flashlight on, shining it toward the front window. Nothing. Then the knob turned. I jumped up, heart racing. The chair I had placed in front of the door shifted as something pressed against it from outside. Not full force, just testing it. I didn't speak. I didn't move. The pressure stopped. Silence. Then soft footsteps on the porch, retreating. I waited until sunrise. When it was light, I grabbed everything, locked the door behind me, and loaded my car. Before I got in, I went around the back of the cabin one last time. That's when I found it. Behind the shed, tucked into a small hollow, was a sleeping bag, tarp, an empty water bottle, several food wrappers, the same brand I had in the cabin, and one of my granola bar wrappers. Someone had been living there, watching, waiting. They must have come in while I was hiking, maybe when I went out to chop wood. The cabin had no alarm system, no cameras, and only basic locks. They had taken small things, just enough to not raise alarm. Maybe they'd been doing it while Mitch stayed there, too. Maybe they knew his schedule. I drove away and didn't stop until I hit the highway. When I got home, I called Mitch and told him everything. He was shocked, said he never noticed anything missing. But he hadn't stayed there for more than a weekend at a time. I told him to check behind the shed. A few days later, he called back, said the tarp and sleeping bag were gone, but he found the wrappers and footprints. He installed cameras, new locks, reinforced the windows. I haven't been back since. I don't know who was staying out there. I don't know what they wanted, but I know for certain someone had been coming into that cabin, watching me, testing the door, moving things just slightly, just enough to let me know I wasn't alone. And that somehow was the scariest part. Not what they did, but how careful they were not to be caught. That feeling never left me. Even now, I still check every door twice before bed. I still wake up to the smallest creak. Because once you realize how easy it is for someone to be that close without you knowing, it changes the way you live. Forever. I was 32 when I decided to take some time off and head out into the woods to clear my mind. I had just gone through a divorce and needed space from everything. People, work, traffic, noise. I didn't want to go to some resort or stay at a friend's house. I wanted silence, and I wanted it far away from anything that reminded me of the life I was trying to leave behind. A buddy of mine from high school had a hunting cabin deep in the northern part of Michigan, not too far from the edge of the Huron-Manistee National Forest. He'd used it in the fall for deer season, but told me it mostly sat empty the rest of the year. He gave me directions and told me to help myself as long as I locked up when I left. It was early spring, mid-April, when I drove up. Still chilly, but not cold. Trees were bare, and the ground was soft and muddy from recent rains. The GPS only took me so far before I had to rely on handwritten directions. After an hour on back roads and then another 20 minutes on a barely visible dirt path through thick trees, I found the place. The cabin was basic, a single-story rectangle made of weathered wood with a metal roof, sitting about 20 yards off the dirt path. There was a fire pit out front, a stack of firewood under a slanted tarp, and a tiny, leaning outhouse about 30 steps behind it. No plumbing, no electricity. The inside was one big open room with a small cot, a folding table, some chairs, a wood stove, and a couple of locked storage chests along one wall. It smelled like old wood and dry leaves, which I liked. I unpacked the basics: sleeping bag, a couple coolers of food and water, a flashlight, battery-powered lantern, books, a knife, and a rifle my dad had given me years back. I wasn't expecting trouble, but the idea of being that far off-grid without a weapon made me uneasy. The first night was fine. I sat by the fire until it burned low, then climbed into my sleeping bag and read until the lantern dimmed. I slept better than I had in months. The next day, I spent time clearing out some brush near the fire pit and stacking more wood under the tarp. I took a long walk down a game trail I found behind the cabin and saw some deer tracks, a few squirrels, and nothing else. The silence was almost total. No cars, no voices, no phones ringing. Just the wind, the creak of tree branches, and the occasional call of a bird. By the third day, I started noticing something strange. It wasn't a sound or a smell. It was more like a feeling, like I was being watched. At first, I thought it was just my nerves getting the better of me. I'd never stayed alone this deep in the woods before, but the feeling didn't go away. I tried to brush it off and keep busy. I gathered kindling, cooked simple meals on a small propane burner I'd brought, and read when it got dark. But that sense of being watched kept growing. I'd catch myself looking over my shoulder when walking the trail or freezing at night when a branch snapped in the distance. But I never saw anything out of place. That night, I decided to make sure the cabin was as secure as it could be. I double-checked the door latch, propped a chair under the handle just in case, and kept my rifle next to me when I slept. The wind picked up after midnight, rattling the metal roof and scraping branches along the sides of the cabin. I didn't sleep much. The next morning, I found something odd behind the cabin. On the trail I'd walked the day before, there were boot prints, fresh ones. Not mine. They were wider and deeper than mine and had a different tread. They led from the trail into the trees, then disappeared. I stared at them for a long time, trying to figure out how they got there. There was no reason for anyone to be that deep in the woods unless they were hunting or hiking, but I hadn't heard a single shot, and the prints didn't go back the way they came. It was like someone walked to the cabin and then vanished. I felt my stomach twist in that moment. I knew I was alone out there. I hadn't seen another person in days, and now there were fresh tracks that didn't belong to me. I stayed close to the cabin that day. I kept the rifle near me at all times. I didn't leave to explore or even gather firewood. I ate cold food and tried to calm myself, but I couldn't shake the idea that someone had been watching me. I didn't have cell service, and the nearest town was nearly an hour away. I thought about leaving, but I convinced myself I was overreacting. Maybe they were old prints that just looked fresh because of the rain. That night, I barely slept. I kept waking up to every creak and sound. Around 2 a.m., I heard something outside. Not the wind, not an animal. It was footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching on the gravel and pine needles outside the cabin. I held my breath and sat up slowly, reaching for the rifle. The lantern was off, so I was in total darkness. I waited, listening. The footsteps stopped right outside the wall where I slept. I could hear the soft shift of weight, like someone standing still. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. I just waited. After what felt like a lifetime, the sound faded. Slowly, step by step, whoever it was walked away. I didn't sleep after that. I just waited for the sun to rise. The next morning, I found more prints outside. They circled the cabin. Someone had definitely been there, and they hadn't knocked, hadn't spoken, hadn't made any attempt to make themselves known. They just walked around the place in the middle of the night. That was it for me. I packed everything as fast as I could. I didn't even eat. I loaded up the car and drove out, not stopping until I hit pavement. I didn't feel safe until I saw another car coming down the road. When I got back to town, I told my buddy about it. He didn't know of anyone else using the property. He hadn't loaned the cabin to anyone in years. He told me there were old stories of squatters and recluses in those woods, people who didn't like company and never came into town. I've never been back to that cabin. I still don't know who it was that came by or what they wanted, but I know they watched me. I know they walked around the place in the dark, listening. And I know if I hadn't left when I did, something worse might have happened. I still go hiking and camping, but I don't go alone anymore. And I don't stay anywhere I can't lock up tight. That trip changed how I see the woods. They're still beautiful, still peaceful, but they're not empty, and not everyone out there wants to be found. I rented the cabin in early November. I had been trying to get away from work stress and needed time alone. I found the place online, a small wooden cabin deep in the hills of western North Carolina. The pictures showed a secluded structure surrounded by trees, down a long gravel road with no neighbors in sight. It looked like the perfect place to breathe and reset. The listing said it had power, a working bathroom, a wood stove, and a backup generator just in case. That was all I needed. I booked it for a full week. The drive out there was longer than I expected. Once I got off the highway, the paved roads became narrow country roads, winding through farmland and small patches of forest. After about 40 minutes of that, I turned onto a gravel road that seemed to stretch forever. The further I went, the more isolated I felt. I passed a few empty hunting cabins and one burned-down trailer. Eventually, I found the small wooden sign with the name of the cabin carved into it, pointing left. I followed the trail another 100 yards and saw the cabin. It was just like the pictures. It was small but solid, built from thick, dark logs. One room with a small bathroom attached in the back. There was a bed, a couch, a little kitchen with a gas stove, and a wood stove near the center. There was a shed off to the side with some split logs stacked outside it. Everything looked ready. I unpacked, made a quick meal, and lit a fire in the stove. That first night was quiet, almost too quiet, the kind of silence that makes your ears ring. I woke up once that night because of the wind. It wasn't strong, but the trees swayed and creaked outside. I thought I heard something thump against the wall, maybe a branch. I checked around with a flashlight but saw nothing. I went back to bed. The next day was peaceful. I made breakfast and sat on the porch with my coffee. The air smelled like wet leaves and cold earth. I read, wrote in my notebook, took a short walk, and came back to make lunch. There was no cell service out there, which I liked. I didn't want calls or texts, but by the evening I started to feel a strange sense of awareness, like I was being watched. I kept glancing out the windows but saw nothing, just empty woods and shadows. It was probably just my brain adjusting to being alone in the middle of nowhere. I locked the door that night and made sure the generator was fueled, just in case. I heard nothing after I went to bed. The third day started fine. I decided to hike further out behind the cabin. There was no trail, so I followed the slope of the land downward, where it looked like a dry creek bed cut through the forest. I stayed out a couple of hours, taking pictures and noting trees with strange markings. One tree had deep horizontal gashes in the bark about waist-high. Probably from an animal, I thought. Maybe a bear, though I hadn't seen any tracks. I made sure to head back with enough daylight left. That night, I started to feel on edge. I kept the fire going and left a couple of lights on. I noticed the cabin made more noise than before. Settling noises, I assumed. Pops from the wood stove, groans in the rafters. Still, I kept thinking I heard something outside. Not animals. Heavier, like steps on the gravel. I turned off all the lights inside and looked out, letting my eyes adjust. But the darkness was so thick I couldn't see past the porch. Then I heard it. 3 distinct crunches on the gravel path. I stood still, not breathing. My hand reached for the flashlight and quietly turned the switch. When I aimed it toward the sound, the beam cut through the dark and lit up nothing. Just empty trees and the edge of the road. I convinced myself it was a deer, maybe a raccoon. I locked the door again, made sure all the windows were shut tight, and lay in bed with the flashlight beside me. The next morning, I checked around outside. There were marks in the gravel, footprints, Not boots, but bare feet, human-shaped, one set. They came up to the edge of the porch and then disappeared. I stared at them for a long time. I didn't know what to think. I hadn't seen anyone for days. No sign of other people. No houses. The nearest store was at least 45 minutes away. I told myself it could be old prints. Maybe someone had walked around barefoot before I got here. But they looked fresh, still crisp around the edges. I spent most of that day inside. I couldn't focus on reading or writing. I kept checking the windows, listening. I started to feel paranoid. I wondered if someone had been watching me since I got here. Maybe they lived in the woods. Maybe they didn't like me being here. Or maybe it was worse than that. When night came, I barely slept. Every sound outside made my heart race. I stayed in bed with the fire low and the flashlight in my hand. I never saw anything through the windows, but I heard the gravel again. Soft crunches. Just once. Then nothing. By the 5th day, I wanted to leave. I packed some things, but when I turned the car key, the engine just clicked. It wouldn't turn over. I checked the battery and the terminals. Everything looked fine. I tried again. Still nothing. I felt panic rising. I went back inside and fired up the generator to charge my phone, but there was still no service. I couldn't call anyone. No internet.
No GPS.
I thought about hiking out, but the gravel road stretched miles through forest. I didn't know the way by heart, and I didn't want to get lost. So I stayed. I figured I would try again in the morning and, if needed, start walking. I gathered the firewood closer to the door, checked the locks again, and kept a knife in my hand that night. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a noise on the porch. Not just footsteps, but dragging, like something being pulled. I got up quietly and looked out through the edge of the curtain. I saw something on the porch, a shape, not moving. It looked like a piece of cloth or a bundle. I waited until the sun started to rise. When I stepped outside, I saw what it was. A deer carcass. It had been gutted. The inside was hollowed out. Blood soaked the wood under it. The skin was torn, not clean. Ripped. The worst part, the deer's head was missing. I looked around for tracks. Same as before. Bare feet. One set. They led off the porch and vanished into the trees. I threw up behind the shed. I didn't know what kind of person would do something like that. I felt sick thinking that they had been right outside while I slept. That was it. I didn't care if I got lost. I grabbed my backpack, some food, water, the knife, and started walking. I followed the road back the way I came. I didn't stop for anything. The woods were quiet, too quiet.
No birds.
No animals. I kept turning around. Sure, someone was following me, but I never saw anyone. After 2 hours, I reached a fork in the road and took the wrong turn. I realized it too late and ended up deeper into the woods. I followed what looked like a trail, but it narrowed and disappeared. I had to stop. My legs were shaking and I was out of water. I climbed a small rise and tried to see above the trees. Nothing but endless hills. I sat there until late afternoon. Then I heard something. A sound I didn't expect. An engine. I ran toward it, pushing through brush and branches, and broke through to a small dirt road just as an old pickup was passing. I jumped in front of it, waving my arms. The driver hit the brakes and stared at me like I was insane. I didn't care. I told him I had been hiking and got lost. He gave me a ride back to the nearest town. I called a tow truck to go back for my car the next day, but I never returned to the cabin. I left the keys with the local sheriff and told the rental company I wouldn't be finishing the week. They didn't ask many questions. A few weeks later, I got a short email from the rental site saying the cabin was no longer listed.
No explanation.
I didn't push it. I still don't know who left the deer on my porch or why. I don't know whose footprints those were, but I know I was being watched. Someone was out there, living in those woods, and I never want to go back. I decided to get away for a few days. I'd been working nonstop for months, barely leaving my apartment. Between work calls, long nights, and no social life, I just needed a break. Nothing crazy, just a weekend out in the woods. I found this old cabin rental online, not too far from a small town in northern Michigan. It looked quiet, basic but clean. No Wi-Fi, which actually sounded perfect. The drive took around 5 hours. It was already late afternoon by the time I got off the highway. The last 30 miles were through winding forest roads that seemed to get narrower the deeper I went. My phone lost signal somewhere along the way, but I had downloaded the directions. The air smelled like pine, and the trees on both sides made it feel like I was the only person for miles. When I reached the cabin, I was surprised by how old it looked. The photos made it seem a bit newer. The wood siding was faded, the porch sagged slightly, and the paint on the window frames had almost completely peeled off. But it was standing, and I wasn't going to nitpick. It was still peaceful. There was a small creek behind the cabin, and a worn trail leading into the woods. Inside, it was sparse. A small kitchen, a living area with a fireplace and an old couch, a wooden table with 2 chairs, and a bedroom with a full bed. No TV. The fridge worked, and the tap water ran clear. I unpacked some food, set my bag down, and stepped outside to sit on the porch with a beer. That first night was uneventful. It got dark fast. I lit a few candles and used the small lantern I'd brought. I made some pasta, ate, then read a book before going to bed early. The silence out there was strange. Not bad, just different. No traffic, no city sounds. Just the wind in the trees and an occasional creak from the old cabin walls. The next morning, I made coffee, stepped out to stretch, and noticed some faint tracks in the dirt near the side of the house. They looked like boot prints. At first, I thought maybe they were mine from yesterday, but these came from the opposite direction, leading away from the woods. They were old enough to have lost detail, but still clear. I looked around and didn't see anyone, so I figured maybe it was the owner or a hunter who passed by earlier in the week. I spent most of the day hiking a bit, sitting by the creek, and just relaxing. I didn't see a single person. The trail behind the cabin looped through some thick woods and eventually came out near the road. It felt good to move, to be off screens, just taking everything in. I got back before dusk, cooked a meal, and turned in early again. That second night, something felt off. I was in bed, trying to fall asleep when I heard what sounded like a branch snapping outside. Not a normal creak from the cabin, but an actual sharp crack. I sat up and waited, ears straining. Nothing followed. I told myself it was just the woods settling. Wind, deer, anything like that. But then I heard a soft crunching, like slow footsteps in the leaves. I didn't have a weapon, just a pocket knife. I got up quietly and peeked out the bedroom window. It was too dark to see anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there. Eventually, the noise stopped. I waited for a long time before finally dozing off. In the morning, I found more boot prints. This time, they were fresh, right below the bedroom window. They circled the cabin once. My stomach turned a bit when I saw them. This was too far out for someone to just be passing through. Someone had come up to the cabin at night and walked around it. I didn't see any tire tracks, but the ground was hard and dry in places. I walked a few hundred feet into the woods, checking for signs of anyone camping nearby, but found nothing. I considered leaving that day. I even packed some stuff up, but I convinced myself that maybe it was just the owner checking the place. Maybe someone wandered by. It felt stupid to leave because of footprints. I stayed. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept a flashlight next to me and stayed under the covers, eyes wide open, staring at the shadows on the ceiling. Around midnight, I heard it again. This time, there was no mistaking it. Heavy footsteps, slow, deliberate, on the porch. Then a soft knock. Not loud, just one knock. Then nothing. I didn't move. I barely breathed. The knock didn't come again. A few minutes passed. Then more footsteps, around the side of the cabin. I heard a faint creak like weight shifting on the wooden boards outside. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might echo through the walls. Eventually, it stopped. Just silence again. I stayed up the entire night, lights on, knife in hand. At dawn, I went outside. Whoever it was hadn't left any more prints, but the porch had a single scuff mark I didn't recognize from before, like a boot had slipped slightly on the edge. I grabbed my stuff and left. I didn't clean up, didn't leave the key in the lockbox. I just got in the car and drove. I didn't stop until I hit the main road and had a signal again. I called the owner and told him someone had been outside the cabin at night. He didn't say much, just apologized and said no one should have been out there. It took me a while to shake it off. I kept thinking about how remote that place was. Whoever came by didn't need anything. They didn't try to break in. They just walked around, knocked once, felt like a warning. Since then, I haven't gone back out to the woods alone. I still get outside, still go hiking, but I always stay closer to towns or parks with people nearby. I never rent cabins in the middle of nowhere anymore. I've looked back at that weekend a few times, wondering what would have happened if I had opened the door or stayed another night. I think I was lucky. Sometimes I dream about that single knock on the wood, soft, like someone letting me know they were out there, and that next time they might not knock. I never liked cabins much. Too isolated, too quiet. But that summer, I wanted to try something different. I was tired of the city noise, the crowds, and the constant buzz of life that never seemed to stop. I thought that spending a week alone in a cabin deep in the woods would be a good way to clear my head. I found a small, old cabin online. It was on the edge of a national forest, far from any town or road. No electricity, no internet, no cell phone service. Just me, the forest, and the cabin. Sounded peaceful. The day I arrived, I had to walk about 2 miles through a dirt trail to reach the cabin. I carried a heavy backpack with food, water, and supplies. The sun was low in the sky, and the air smelled of pine and damp earth. The trail was narrow and uneven, twisting between tall trees that blocked most of the fading light. My footsteps crunched on the dry leaves and small branches underfoot. When I finally saw the cabin, it looked even smaller and older than in the pictures. The wood was dark and weathered, the windows covered with dusty curtains, and the roof sagged slightly in the middle. A small chimney rose above, though I wasn't sure if the fireplace still worked. There was a wooden porch with a rickety railing, and a rusty metal lantern hanging by the door. I felt a chill, not from the cold, but from the silence. The forest around the cabin was still, like it was holding its breath. I unlocked the door with the key the owner had left for me and stepped inside. The cabin smelled like old wood and dust, mixed with a faint scent of something musty and forgotten. The floor was made of rough planks, creaking under my feet. The walls were bare except for a small, faded painting of a mountain on one side. A rickety table and 2 chairs sat near the window, and in the corner was a metal wood stove. There was a small bed with a thin mattress covered by a patchwork quilt, and a shelf with some old books and a couple of empty jars. I set down my backpack and lit the lantern. The yellow light flickered against the dark walls, casting strange shadows. Outside, the forest grew darker. The sun had disappeared behind the trees. I felt the weight of the silence pressing in on me. No birds, no animals, no wind, just silence. I unpacked my food and started a fire in the stove. The dry wood crackled and popped as the flames grew. The warmth felt good after the long walk. I ate some canned beans and bread, then washed the dishes in a small basin I had brought. The cabin was quiet again, except for the occasional sound of the fire. I went outside to the porch to look around. The forest stretched out in every direction. Tall pine trees, thick underbrush, and a narrow dirt trail leading back the way I had come. I noticed that the forest floor was covered in a thick layer of needles and leaves, making every step silent. The air smelled fresh but cold. The sky was clear, and I could see stars twinkling between the branches. I felt a sudden unease. Something about being so far from everything, so alone, made my skin crawl. I told myself it was just the quiet, nothing more. I went back inside and locked the door behind me. I checked my watch. It was barely past 8 at night, but it felt much later. I tried to read one of the old books on the shelf, but the words were faded and the pages brittle. After a while, I gave up and just sat by the fire, watching the flames dance. The warmth was comforting, but the silence outside was oppressive. Around midnight, I heard a noise outside. It was faint, almost like a soft thud or a branch snapping. I froze, listening. The fire hissed, and the cabin creaked as it settled. Another noise came from outside, A scrape, slow and deliberate, like something dragging across the ground. I held my breath and stared at the window. The lantern light inside made the glass reflective, so I couldn't see out clearly. The sounds stopped. I waited for what felt like a long time, but nothing else happened. I told myself it was probably an animal, deer maybe, or a raccoon. I tried to go back to reading, but my hands shook. Suddenly, there was a loud banging on the door, hard, sharp, and heavy. I jumped up and grabbed the lantern, holding it close. The banging came again, 3 times in quick succession. I checked the lock and bolted the door again. I tried to calm my breathing. No one could be out here at this hour. It had to be an animal, but it sounded too strong, too deliberate. I stayed awake the rest of the night, sitting by the fire, listening for any other sounds. The forest outside was quiet again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching. When dawn finally came, I felt exhausted but relieved. In the morning, I stepped outside carefully. The ground around the cabin was soft and wet with dew. I looked for signs of what had made the banging noise. Near the door, I saw deep scratches on the wood, fresh and rough, as if someone or something had clawed at it. I looked around the porch and saw broken twigs and some footprints in the mud. They were large, too big for any deer or bear I had seen before. The shape was strange, almost like a human foot, but with longer toes. I felt a chill run down my spine. I spent the day trying to ignore the fear. I gathered firewood, cleaned the cabin, and tried to enjoy the quiet forest. But every little sound made me jump. Birds flew overhead, squirrels chattered, but the feeling of being watched stayed with me. At one point, I thought I saw movement behind the trees, but when I looked closer, there was nothing there. That night, I didn't even try to read or relax by the fire. I kept the lantern lit and sat with my back against the wall, watching the windows. Around 11 p.m., I heard the scraping noise again, closer this time. It moved around the cabin, slow and steady. Then the banging came again, louder and more violent than before. I stayed perfectly still, my heart pounding. Suddenly, the door handle rattled. Someone or something was trying to open the door. I held the lantern high, hoping the light would scare it away. The rattling stopped, but then I heard soft footsteps walking around the cabin. They paused near the window, and I saw a shadow move quickly out of sight. I didn't sleep at all that night. I stayed awake until dawn, listening and watching for any signs. When the sun finally rose, I packed my things quickly. I knew I couldn't stay another night. The forest was no longer a peaceful place, but a trap. I started walking back the way I came, eyes scanning the trees for movement. The trail seemed longer and darker than before. Every sound was louder and every shadow deeper. I kept telling myself to stay calm, to keep moving. After what felt like hours, I finally reached the small dirt road where my car was parked. I locked the doors and started the engine, breathing a deep sigh of relief. The forest disappeared behind me as I drove away. Looking back, I realized that what I experienced wasn't supernatural. There was no ghost or monster, but something lived in that forest, something wild, something that didn't want me there. The strange footprints, the heavy banging, the feeling of being watched, all real signs of something human, or almost human, lurking in the dark. I never went back to that cabin, and I don't plan to. The quiet forest wasn't peaceful. It was waiting, watching, and dangerous, and I was lucky to get out. I never liked going to cabins alone, but this time I thought I could handle it. It was supposed to be just a simple weekend away from the city noise. I wanted to clear my head, get some fresh air, and maybe fish a little. The cabin was far out in the woods, miles from any town, tucked beside a small lake that was quiet most of the year. I'd rented it through an online site that looked trustworthy enough, and the pictures made it seem cozy, old, sure, but clean and sturdy. When I arrived just before sunset, the sky was a soft orange fading to pink. The dirt road that led to the cabin was narrow and winding, lined by tall pine trees that blocked most of the light. The air smelled like pine needles and damp earth. I parked my car near the cabin and took my bags inside. The cabin was small, with a single room that had a wood stove, a kitchen area with old appliances, and a rough wooden table. There was a loft bedroom above, accessible by a steep ladder. Everything was quiet, no other people anywhere, just the distant call of birds and the soft rustling of the trees in the evening breeze. I unpacked slowly, setting out my things, lighting a small fire in the stove to chase the chill away. I made a quick meal of canned beans warmed on the stove and ate while sitting by the window, watching the lake shimmer in the fading light. That night, I slept with the window slightly open, enjoying the cool air. But somewhere in the middle of the night, I woke up. There was a noise outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind. The trees were creaking, the branches knocking against the roof, maybe an animal moving through the brush. But then it became a rhythm, soft steps around the cabin. I stayed very still, holding my breath, listening. The footsteps circled the cabin. Slow, careful, not like an animal. It felt like someone walking, staying just out of the light from my window. I wanted to get up and look, but I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon. The woods were full of them. Still, I felt uneasy. My heart beat faster, and I pulled the blanket tighter around me. The next morning, I didn't say anything to anyone, because I was supposed to be alone here anyway. I went outside to check the perimeter. The ground was soft from last night's rain, and I could see faint footprints in the mud. They were human footprints, too big to be mine, and they circled the cabin. I knelt down and looked closer. They weren't just random, they looked deliberate, like someone had been pacing or watching. A cold feeling settled in my stomach. I wanted to leave right then, but the road back was long and the sun was rising. I decided to stay, hoping it was just some local passing by. I spent the day exploring the nearby woods, trying to shake off the feeling. The forest was thick and the trail was rough. I found a small clearing with wild berries and some birds nesting in the trees. The lake was calm and clear, and I fished a little. The cabin felt far away, and for a moment I almost forgot about last night. But as evening came, the feeling returned. I noticed something strange on the cabin's front porch, a small pile of rocks arranged in a circle. I had not put them there. They looked placed carefully, as if someone had been marking something. I checked around again. No footprints this time, but the circle of stones made me feel watched, as if someone was waiting for me to notice. I went inside, locked the door, and sat by the stove all evening, watching the shadows flicker. That night was worse than the first. The footsteps returned, heavier now. They stopped at the porch and circled slowly, almost pacing. I could hear the faint scraping of something being dragged. I stayed quiet, not moving. My phone had no signal, so calling for help wasn't an option. I tried to sleep but couldn't. The noises stopped for a while, then a sudden loud knock on the door made me jump. My heart hammered. Whoever it was didn't speak, just knocked again. Hard. I didn't open. I grabbed a heavy stick from the corner and stayed by the door, ready to defend myself if needed. The knocking stopped, but the footsteps stayed, pacing. By dawn, everything was silent. I decided I had to get out of there. I packed quickly, loading my bags in the car. As I drove away, I looked back once. The cabin stood quiet, but I could swear I saw a figure standing in the trees, watching me leave. The whole trip was meant to be peaceful, a break from life. Instead, it turned into something else. Something that reminded me how easy it is to feel alone and small when you're out in the wild, with no one to help and someone watching in the dark. When I got back to town, I told a few friends what happened. They said maybe it was a local checking on the cabin or someone who didn't want strangers around. Maybe, but I don't plan on going back to that place. Some places are better left alone. I didn't plan on spending the night alone in that cabin. At least not like that. I thought it would be a peaceful weekend, a break from everything. Just me, the quiet woods, and the small cabin I'd rented online. The pictures looked perfect, small but sturdy, surrounded by tall trees, not far from a hiking trail. No neighbors close by, which was exactly what I wanted. The price was good, and it seemed like a good way to disconnect. The drive out there was long but calm. I left late Friday afternoon, taking the highway until I got close to the small town where the cabin was. Then it was just narrow dirt roads twisting deeper into the forest. The sun was low when I finally pulled up to the place. The cabin sat in a little clearing, all wooden walls and a steep roof, with a chimney that had no smoke. It looked old but solid, like someone cared for it. There was a small porch with a wooden bench and a pile of firewood stacked by the door. I unloaded my bag and locked the car. I liked the silence right away. No cars, no voices, just the sounds of the forest. The wind in the trees, birds somewhere high above, and the occasional rustle of leaves. Felt calm. I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The inside smelled like wood and dust. There was a small living room with a couch, a coffee table with some magazines on it, and a wood stove in the corner. The kitchen was tiny but had everything I needed. A stove, a sink, some cabinets, and a small fridge. A single bedroom was at the back, with a bed covered in a thick quilt. The bathroom was just a tiny room with a shower, sink, and toilet. There was no internet, no TV, just a few books and board games stacked on a shelf. I dropped my bag on the floor, unpacked my clothes, and made a fire in the stove. The fire took a while to catch, but when it did, the cabin filled with a warm orange glow. Outside, the sky grew darker, and the woods began to disappear into the night. The first night passed quietly. I fell asleep to the sound of rain tapping softly on the roof. It wasn't much, just a light rain, but it made the air fresh and clean. When I woke up the next morning, everything looked new. The sun poured through the windows, lighting up dust particles floating in the air. I made coffee on the small stove and sat on the porch, staring out at the forest. The woods seemed endless, trees stretching in every direction, thick and dark. I had the trail map pinned on the wall, and I planned to hike a little later. I wanted to explore but didn't want to go too far, just a few miles in and back. After breakfast, I put on my hiking boots and headed down the trail. The air was crisp, and the smell of pine was strong. The path was narrow and winding, covered in fallen leaves and pine needles. I saw squirrels darting up trees, and birds flew overhead. I took my time, stopping to look at mushrooms growing on logs and small flowers peeking through the underbrush. As I walked, I felt the kind of peacefulness you only get when you're deep in the woods. No phones ringing, no cars passing by, no people. Just me and the trees. The trail went up and down hills, crossing a small creek with clear water. I stopped there and drank some from my bottle. The forest felt alive but safe. I was careful to stay on the path. After a couple of hours, I turned back, feeling good from the exercise. When I got back to the cabin, I was tired but happy. I built another fire, cooked a simple meal, and settled in with a book. But then things started to change. The second night, I heard noises outside. At first, I thought it was the usual sounds, wind, animals moving in the underbrush. But then there was something else. A slow, heavy step, something big walking near the cabin. I froze, listening closely. The sound stopped, but I felt a prickling at the back of my neck. I stared out the window into the blackness. The moon was new, so the woods were almost pitch dark. My heart beat a little faster, but I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal. I tried to relax. I added more wood to the stove, the fire crackling and throwing shadows on the walls. I checked the locks on the door and windows, all tight. I had my phone on the table, though there was no signal here. Later, I heard it again. A slow crunch of feet on the gravel just outside the porch. I looked, but saw nothing. I wondered if maybe it was a person. Hunters sometimes came this far in the woods, or maybe someone camping nearby. But no lights, no voices. I stayed up longer that night, eyes scanning the darkness outside the windows. The fire finally died down, and the cabin grew cold. The noises stopped. The next day, I tried not to think about it. I went for another hike, this time taking a different trail the map showed. It was harder, steeper hills and thicker trees. I saw animal tracks near the creek, maybe bear or big deer. I stayed alert, carrying my small pocket knife with me, just in case. The sky was cloudy that afternoon. I could feel the air change, get heavier. When I got back, the cabin felt colder. I noticed that the firewood pile had shifted slightly. I was sure I stacked it neatly when I came back, but now some logs were scattered, and a few broken twigs lay on the ground. I shrugged it off and made another fire. I ate my dinner and got ready for bed. That night was worse. I woke to a sound at the window scratching, like claws scraping the glass. I sat up, heart pounding, and stared. The fire was just a few embers now, barely lighting the room. The scratching continued, slow and steady, then stopped. I didn't move. The cold air from the slightly open window brushed my face. I remembered I hadn't shut the window all the way. I pulled the curtain aside carefully. Outside, nothing but dark shapes of trees. I closed the window, locked it tight, and sat back down. Couldn't sleep. The silence after the scratching felt too loud. Then I heard footsteps outside the cabin, moving around the back. I didn't know what to do. My phone had no signal and I was alone. The footsteps stopped suddenly. Then there was a thud, like something heavy falling. I got up and crept to the door, trying to see through the peephole, but it was too dark. I grabbed my knife, my hands shaking. I wanted to leave, but my car was parked half a mile down the road, and I wasn't sure I could get there safely in the dark. I stayed awake until the sky lightened. In the morning, I went outside to look around. There were large footprints in the dirt near the back of the cabin. They were bigger than any human foot I'd seen, wide with deep impressions. I guessed it was an animal, maybe a bear. I looked at the firewood pile again. Some logs were split in half like they'd been hit with something hard. I felt a cold dread in my stomach. I knew I couldn't stay there another night, but I still had to pack my things, and I didn't want to walk down the road in the middle of the day with no company. So I started packing fast. That afternoon, as I gathered my things, I heard a loud noise from the woods. A low growl, deep and threatening. I froze. Came again, closer this time. I ran inside, locked the door, and moved all the furniture against it. I checked the windows and closed the curtains tight. The growling lasted for nearly an hour, sometimes close, sometimes fading into the distance. I kept the fire going and tried to calm down. When the growling stopped, I waited another hour, then carefully opened the door to peek outside. Nothing. The forest was still, no movement. I stepped out cautiously and looked around. No sign of the creature. I took the chance and started walking to my car. I didn't look back. The forest felt less friendly now, every sound making me jump. I walked fast, holding my knife ready. Finally, after what felt like forever, I saw my car. I got in, locked the doors, and started the engine. The moment I drove away, the tension left me like a heavy weight lifting. Weeks later, I learned there had been reports of a large bear roaming that area, aggressive and dangerous. Rangers warned people to stay away from the forest until it was trapped or moved. I was lucky. I hadn't met it face to face. That trip taught me how wild the woods really are and how small you are in them. I'll never forget the feeling of being watched, trapped, with no one around to help. And that's why I won't go back to that cabin again. I never thought I would feel as alone as I did that first night in the cabin. The place was far from any town or road. Miles deep in the woods where the trees grew thick and tall, their branches blocking out the moonlight. I had been looking forward to this trip for weeks, craving the silence and the chance to be completely by myself. I had no internet, no cell service, just me and the wilderness. It was supposed to be peaceful, a break from the noise of the city. But by the time the sun set that first day, I realized something was wrong. The cabin itself was old, built decades ago, with weathered logs and a sagging roof. It stood on a small clearing surrounded by towering pines and oaks. The smell of pine needles and damp earth filled the air. I had parked my car on a dirt track about a quarter mile from the cabin, carrying my backpack with the essentials: food, water, a small stove, and some candles. The cabin didn't have electricity, so I had brought some flashlights and batteries, but those were only for emergencies. I wanted to rely on the natural light and the fire for warmth and comfort. The first thing I did was light the fireplace. The old bricks inside were blackened from years of smoke, and the wood was dry enough to catch fire quickly. As the flames grew, I could hear the faint crackling and feel the heat spreading through the small room. The cabin was simple. One main room with a kitchen corner, a table, a couple of chairs, and a small bedroom area with a bed covered by a ruffle blanket. There was a tiny bathroom attached, just a basic toilet and a sink with a bucket underneath the tap. No shower. Outside, the forest was already dark and quiet except for the usual sounds of night, distant owls, the rustling of leaves, and the occasional snap of twigs. I felt my heart slow down a little, comforted by the fire and the rustic shelter. I cooked some canned beans on the stove, eating quietly as the night settled deeper. I told myself this was what I wanted, to be alone with my thoughts, away from the noise and the crowds. But then, as I sat in the flickering light of the fireplace, I started to notice something else. The silence was too complete. The woods should have been alive with animals and insects, but all I heard was the wind brushing against the trees. No crickets chirping, no birds calling, nothing but the soft hiss of the fire. That quiet made the cabin feel smaller, more isolated. I tried to shake the feeling, telling myself it was just part of the wilderness experience. Still, I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined hearing footsteps outside, slow and deliberate, crunching the dry leaves near the cabin. I kept waking up to check the windows, but there was nothing there, only shadows moving with the wind. The next day was cold and gray. I walked around the clearing, trying to enjoy the fresh air and the tall trees. I noticed broken branches and disturbed underbrush about 50 yards from the cabin, like something large had passed through recently. I thought maybe it was a deer or a bear, but I couldn't find any tracks. The ground was too dry and covered in leaves. Still, it made me uneasy. I spent most of the day inside, reading from a small paperback book I brought. The cabin felt warmer with the fire, but the shadows in the corners seemed darker, heavier. In the afternoon, I went to fill my water bottle from the nearby stream I had found earlier. The water was cold and clear, rushing over smooth stones. I thought about how isolated I was. No one would know if something happened to me here. That night, the wind grew stronger. The trees outside groaned and creaked as branches scratched against the cabin's wooden walls. I closed all the windows tightly and checked the locks on the door. The candlelight flickered violently, casting shifting shadows. I kept the fire burning bright, feeding it with dry wood, but I still felt a cold knot in my stomach. Then I heard it, a faint noise outside, like someone stepping softly on the dry leaves. At first, I thought it was an animal. I told myself it must be, but the sound wasn't random or quick. It was slow, careful, deliberate. Footsteps. They circled the cabin, moving from one side to the other. I could hear the crunch of gravel and twigs beneath heavy boots. I froze, clutching the fire poker. The air grew thick with tension. Whoever or whatever was outside was close. I wanted to scream, to run, but I stayed silent, hoping they would leave. The footsteps stopped near the back door, paused, then moved away slowly into the dark woods. I stayed up the whole night, fire low but never out, eyes glued to the windows. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I found signs outside. The back door had fresh scratches, deep, angry marks carved into the wood. I wasn't sure if it was from an animal claw or a knife. The ground nearby had a single set of footprints, large, heavy boots, leading into the woods and then fading. No other signs of anyone else. I thought about leaving right then, but my car was a long walk away, and I didn't want to risk running into whoever had been watching me. I decided to stay the day, hoping it was just some local hunter or camper. I kept the fire burning strong, my knives within reach, and tried to keep calm. The third night was worse. The footsteps came back, this time louder and more confident. They circled the cabin repeatedly, stomping on branches and hitting the walls. I heard something thrown against the door, hard thuds and rattling. I could tell someone wanted to get in. I stayed hidden in the bedroom, behind the thin curtain, heart pounding. I thought about the emergency flare I had in my backpack but was too scared to use it, afraid it might provoke whoever was outside. Then, as suddenly as it started, the noises stopped. Complete silence again. No footsteps, no wind. I waited until dawn, shaking, with my eyes barely closing. In the morning, the door was damaged. The wooden frame was cracked and splintered, the lock broken. Whoever was out there had tried to force their way in. I packed everything quickly, not wanting to stay another minute. I didn't want to look for those footsteps again. I grabbed my backpack, shoved the last supplies inside, and stepped out into the cold morning light. The woods looked calm, almost peaceful, but I felt their eyes on me. I walked quickly, following the path back to the car, glancing over my shoulder with every step. When I finally reached my car, I locked the doors and started the engine. I drove away without looking back. Weeks later, I heard on the news about a missing person case in that forest. Someone had disappeared near the area where my cabin was. The police suspected foul play but had no leads. I never went back to the cabin, and I never told anyone exactly what happened that week. The forest is beautiful and quiet, but it hides dangers you don't expect. Being alone doesn't mean being safe. I didn't plan on staying long, just a weekend to get away from everything. Work was exhausting. City life had been weighing me down for months, and the constant noise, the traffic, the crowds. I needed quiet, peace, the kind of quiet you can only find in the woods. So I rented the cabin through a small site, a simple wooden structure deep in the forest, far enough from the nearest town to feel isolated, but close enough to be reachable by car. The drive out was long but calming. I passed narrow roads flanked by tall trees, their branches waving in the light wind, casting long shadows on the pavement. The smell of pine filled the air as I approached the cabin's dirt driveway. The sun was setting behind the hills, turning the sky orange and pink, a perfect start. The cabin looked just like the pictures online. It was old but solid. Rough-hewn logs made up the walls, and the roof was covered in thick, dark shingles. Smoke curled from the stone chimney, proof that someone had been here recently or that the previous guests had left the fire going. A small porch wrapped around the front with a wooden bench. There was no cell signal, the website warned, so I made sure to text my sister the address before I left town. Inside, the air was cool and smelled faintly of wood smoke and dust. The furniture was simple: a wooden table with 2 chairs, a couch with worn fabric, a small kitchenette with basic appliances. The floor creaked under my boots as I moved around. The cabin had electricity but no Wi-Fi, which was exactly what I wanted. The windows were thick with glass but covered in a thin layer of dust. Outside, the forest pressed close to the walls, tall pines and maples blocking most of the fading daylight. I unpacked slowly. There was a box of firewood stacked neatly near the fireplace and a bag of kindling beside it. The stove looked old but functional. I found matches in a drawer and set to work lighting a fire. The flames came alive with a soft crackle, warming the cabin. I sat in the armchair close to the hearth, drinking a beer I'd brought, watching the light dance on the walls. Outside, the wind picked up and the trees groaned softly. The quiet was complete except for the occasional rustling of leaves. I felt safe, secure, wrapped in the simple comfort of the cabin. That first night passed without incident. I slept in the small bedroom at the back, the mattress firm but not uncomfortable. I woke early, the sun filtering through the cracks in the curtains. Outside, the woods were alive with birdsong and the distant murmur of a creek. I spent the day exploring nearby trails. The forest was dense but easy to navigate, marked by faded signs nailed to trees. I walked several miles, the earth soft beneath my boots, fallen leaves crunching with every step. I found a small stream where I filled my water bottle, the cold water fresh and clear. The air smelled of moss and wet earth, clean and sweet. I kept an eye out for wildlife but saw only squirrels and a few birds. Returning to the cabin as the sun dipped low, I felt content. I built the fire again, cooked a simple meal on the stove, and settled in with a book. Darkness fell quickly here. Without city lights, the stars exploded in the sky, more than I had ever seen. I felt small under that vast sky. Then, on the second night, things changed. It started as a faint noise outside. At first, I thought it was the wind or an animal moving through the brush. But it wasn't the usual rustling. It was slower, deliberate, like someone walking near the cabin. My skin prickled. I stood by the window, peering into the darkness. The forest was a black wall, shapes shifting in the shadows. I told myself it was probably a deer or maybe a raccoon, but the sound was heavier, more careful, as if someone was trying not to be noticed. I grabbed the flashlight from the drawer and stepped onto the porch. The cold night air bit my skin. The beam swept over the trees, the dirt driveway, the thick brush lining the clearing. Nothing moved. I stayed outside for a few minutes, the flashlight tight in my grip. The sounds stopped. I went back inside and locked the door, bolting the deadbolt. The lock felt reassuring under my fingers. I sat by the fire, the flames my only comfort, but my mind wouldn't settle. I tried to focus on the book, but kept hearing faint steps outside. My heartbeat quickened. I debated calling my sister, but remembered the weak signal. I even considered driving into town, but it was late, and I wanted to believe it was nothing. Around midnight, the noises started again, louder this time. Footsteps circling the cabin, slow and methodical. My pulse raced. I stayed silent, listening. Then, a heavy knock at the door. Sharp, deliberate. My breath caught. I didn't open. The knocking came again, firmer. I grabbed the old hunting knife from the kitchen drawer, holding it tight. My hands shook. No one spoke. No voice, just knocks and the sound of boots on the porch. Minutes stretched like hours. The knocking stopped. I waited, too scared to move, the knife ready in my hand. Eventually, silence fell again. I stayed awake the rest of the night, listening for any more sounds. When dawn finally came, the sun's light felt like a shield. I stepped outside to check the area. The ground around the cabin was soft from recent rain, and I saw footprints in the mud. Large boots. They circled the cabin in a rough loop. I felt cold despite the morning sun. I packed a small bag quickly, deciding to leave right away. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I didn't want to wait and find out what happened if whoever was out there came back. I started the car and drove down the dirt road fast, glancing in the rearview mirror often. When I reached the nearest town, I called the police and reported the break-in attempt, describing the footprints and the knocking. They took the report seriously but told me the area was remote and hard to patrol regularly. They advised me not to return to the cabin alone and to bring others if I did. The experience stayed with me for months. I never felt safe in that cabin again. The air was cold when I arrived at the cabin, sharper than I had expected for late October. The road leading up to it was narrow, winding through thick woods, and covered in a layer of fallen leaves that crunched beneath my tires. The sky was gray and heavy with clouds, threatening rain, but the trees stood tall and still, as if waiting for something to happen. I had been looking forward to this trip for weeks. A quiet weekend away from the noise and stress of the city. The cabin was small but sturdy, built from dark wood logs, with a stone chimney that promised warmth. It sat in a clearing surrounded by thick pine and oak trees. The leaves here were mostly brown and orange, some still clinging to the branches, but many scattered on the ground, damp from the morning dew. I parked my car next to the cabin and got out, pulling my jacket tighter against the chill. The door was locked, but the owner had left the key in a small box nailed to a post nearby. I found it quickly, fingers numb as I worked the lock. The key was cold and heavy in my hand. Opening the door, I was greeted by the smell of wood smoke and something faintly musty. The cabin smelled like a place that had been left alone for a while, yet cared for. Inside, the room was small but cozy. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, with a stack of firewood neatly piled beside it. The furniture was simple, an old wooden table, a few chairs, and a bed in the corner with a thick quilt. The floorboards creaked slightly underfoot, and the windows were small, letting in little light. Outside, the trees swayed gently, the wind making a soft, eerie sound as it passed through the branches. I set down my bag and began to explore the cabin. The kitchen area was tiny, with a small stove, some basic pots and pans, and a sink with running water, though it was cold. The cabin had electricity but no cell signal, which was part of the reason I had chosen it. I wanted to be completely disconnected, After unpacking, I started a fire in the fireplace. The dry wood caught quickly, and soon the room was filled with warmth and flickering light. I sat near the fire, watching the flames dance and feeling the tension of the city life start to melt away. As the evening settled in, the cabin grew darker and quieter. Outside, the forest became a black wall broken only by the occasional movement of branches or the sound of small animals rustling in the leaves. I could hear the wind picking up, howling softly like a distant voice. I tried to settle down for the night, but sleep did not come easily. Every small noise seemed louder in the silence. The cabin creaked and groaned as the wind pushed against the walls. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps outside, crunching on the leaves, but when I looked out the window, there was nothing but shadows. The next morning, I woke early, the cold air creeping in around the edges of the window frames. The fire had died down overnight, leaving ashes and a faint smell of smoke. Outside, the forest was covered in a thin layer of frost, sparkling faintly in the weak sunlight. I spent the day walking through the woods, trying to enjoy the peace. The forest was dense and silent, except for the occasional bird call or the snap of a twig underfoot. I kept thinking about the noises from the night before, trying to tell myself it was just animals or the wind. When I returned to the cabin in the late afternoon, the sky was darkening with clouds, and a storm was coming. I closed the windows and doors tightly, stacked more wood by the fireplace, and started another fire. The rain began shortly after, a steady, cold downpour that made the cabin feel even more isolated. That night, the noises outside became worse. The wind screamed through the trees, shaking the cabin as if it might fall apart. At times, I heard heavy footsteps outside, slow and deliberate, crunching through the wet leaves. I checked the locks on the doors and windows several times, but everything seemed secure. Then, I noticed the power flickering. The lights dimmed, then went out completely, plunging the cabin into darkness except for the fire's glow. I felt a chill run down my spine, not from the cold, but from the sudden isolation. I sat close to the fire, listening to the storm and the noises outside. The footsteps came again, nearer this time, slow and steady. I couldn't see anything through the window, but the sounds were unmistakable. For hours, I stayed awake, watching the fire, waiting. The storm raged on, but the footsteps stopped at some point. In the silence, I could hear only the rain beating on the roof and the occasional crack of a tree branch breaking. The next morning, the storm had passed. The forest was wet and quiet, the air thick with the smell of wet earth and pine. I decided it was time to leave. Packing quickly, I locked the cabin door and started the walk back to my car. As I walked through the forest, I found footprints in the mud near the cabin. Large, heavy prints that did not look like any animal I knew. They circled around the cabin and disappeared into the woods. I drove away. The image of those footprints burned into my mind. The cabin was supposed to be a place of peace, but it held something else, something waiting in the dark, quiet woods. I never thought I would end up in a place like that cabin, miles from the nearest town, surrounded by trees that blocked the sky like a thick, green roof. But I needed a break, a real one, away from everything and everyone. So I packed my bag, filled the car's tank, and drove deep into the woods, following the directions the owner had sent me. The dirt road grew rougher the further I went, but the silence there was worth it. The cabin was old but sturdy. It sat in a small clearing, a wooden box raised on stone blocks, with a porch that creaked when I stepped on it. The smell inside was a mix of dust, with smoke, and something earthy, like wet leaves left to rot. It was quiet, too quiet, except for the faint sound of wind rustling the trees and the occasional chirp of a bird somewhere far away. I unpacked slowly, placing my things on the rough wooden table. There was a wood stove, a small fridge, and a handful of cans in the pantry. No internet, no cell signal, just the cabin and the forest. The first night, I slept lightly, waking to every snap of a twig or rustle outside. The darkness felt heavy through the windows, the forest pressing close like a wall. But there was no fear yet, only a strange calm, like the world had paused. On the second day, I explored around the cabin, walking through the trees. The forest was thick with pines and firs, the ground soft with pine needles. I found a small creek not far off, its water clear and cold. I filled my water bottle there and sat on a rock for a while, watching the water rush over stones. The quiet was deep, but something felt off. Maybe it was the way the trees blocked the sunlight, or the way the forest seemed too still, like the animals were hiding. That night, as I lay in bed, I heard noises outside. Not the normal sounds of the forest, but something heavier. Thuds like footsteps, but heavier, slower. They came and went in the dark, just beyond the porch light's reach. I told myself it was probably a deer or some animal, nothing to worry about. Still, I found it hard to sleep. On the third day, I decided to chop some firewood. I found an old axe hanging by the door, rusty but sharp enough. The pile of logs was tall and dry. As I swung the axe, the forest around me seemed to close in, and I felt eyes watching from the shadows. I didn't see anyone or anything, but the feeling stayed. Later, I noticed the trail back to the road had been disturbed. Small footprints in the dirt, but not deer or raccoon. They were bigger, heavier, like a man's boots. I froze, heart pounding. No one was supposed to be near this cabin. It was supposed to be private. The next night was worse. The heavy footsteps came again, slow and deliberate. I stayed inside, watching through the window as dark shapes moved just out of sight. The porch light flickered once, then died. I checked the batteries in the flashlight, everything normal. I sat in the dark, listening to the forest, the sounds getting closer, more certain. On the fourth day, I decided to leave. But when I went to the car, the keys were gone. I searched everywhere, inside and out, but no sign. Panic settled in. I thought maybe I left them inside. But no, someone had been in the cabin, and they took the keys. I tried to call for help, but the phone had no signal. I packed a small bag, planning to hike out and find help. The forest around the cabin looked the same, but I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. As I walked, the ground became uneven and thick with roots. The trees seemed to close tighter. I found more footprints, bigger than mine, mixed with marks that looked like they came from a shovel or axe. I kept moving, trying to stay calm, but the sun was starting to set. I found a clearing where I thought I could make a camp for the night. I built a small fire and sat close, watching the dark woods. The noises came back, but louder this time. Cracking branches, heavy breathing. I stayed still, hoping whoever or whatever it was would leave. The night was long. I barely slept, too scared to close my eyes. When dawn came, I packed quickly and moved on, following what I thought was the trail back to the road. After hours of walking, I stumbled into an old logging road. It was wider and clearer. I followed it until I found a truck parked at the edge. I was saved. Later, I learned the cabin was owned by a man who disappeared years ago. People said hunters sometimes used the place, but no one lived nearby. The footprints and noises? Probably people hiding or using the woods for reasons no one wanted to admit. I never went back, and I never forgot how real fear felt in those silent woods. Not because of ghosts or stories, but because of people. And sometimes, the scariest thing is knowing someone else is out there, watching you, waiting. Ending expanded asterisk. The whole experience left me shaken in ways I couldn't explain at first. When I finally got to a town and called the police, they said they would check the cabin, but nothing was ever found. No signs of people living there, no stolen items, no clues to who took my keys or followed me. It was as if I had imagined everything, except I knew I hadn't. Weeks later, I tried to go back once, just to prove to myself it was safe. But when I reached the turnoff for the cabin, the road was blocked by fallen trees and brush, as if someone wanted it hidden. I didn't fight it. Some things are better left alone. The fear I felt wasn't about ghosts or monsters. It was the fear of being alone, cut off from the world, with someone else's presence so close but invisible. It was the fear that sometimes the danger comes not from nature or fantasy, but from other people, and that's what makes it real and lasting. Since then, I have never gone into the woods alone again. I learned that isolation can make you vulnerable, and some places hide more than just trees and silence. They hide the unknown, and that unknown is often human. I had planned the trip for months. The idea was simple: get away from the city noise, the busy streets, and the endless buzz of people and technology. I needed a break, a real break, somewhere far from everyone, somewhere quiet. A small cabin deep in the woods seemed like the perfect choice. I had never stayed alone in a cabin before, but I figured it would be peaceful. I wanted to hike, read, and just enjoy the silence. The cabin was small, old, and tucked away in a dense forest about a 3-hour drive from my apartment. The road was rough, mostly dirt and rocks, and it got narrower the closer I got. When I finally reached the place, the sun was already low in the sky, making the tall pine trees cast long, dark shadows on the ground. The cabin looked weathered but sturdy. Its wood walls were cracked and faded, and the small porch creaked under my steps. The door was locked with a simple key I had gotten from the owner a week earlier. Inside, the cabin smelled like old wood and pine needles, with a faint scent of smoke from the chimney. It was basic but comfortable. A small kitchen with a sink, a gas stove, and a fridge that barely worked. A table with 2 chairs, a couch and a wood stove in the living room. Upstairs, a tiny bedroom with a bed and a window overlooking the forest. I unpacked my things, stacked some firewood near the stove, and prepared a simple dinner. The sun disappeared, and soon the whole forest outside was swallowed by darkness. The quiet was almost shocking. No cars, no people, no city lights, only the faint sound of wind moving through the branches. The first night passed uneventfully. I slept well, waking to soft bird calls and early morning light filtering through the curtains. I spent the next day hiking the trails nearby. The woods were alive with the sounds of nature: birds, rustling leaves, squirrels running across the forest floor. The trails twisted and turned, sometimes steep, sometimes flat. I walked for hours, feeling free and calm. When I returned to the cabin, I made a fire, cooked dinner, and sat by the stove reading a book I had brought. On the 3rd day, things started to feel different. It was still quiet outside, but I noticed a strange feeling that I couldn't shake off. I thought maybe it was just the isolation getting to me. I kept telling myself that being alone in the woods can make anyone a little uneasy. I decided to go for a shorter hike, closer to the cabin. The forest felt thicker here, the trees packed tightly, blocking most of the sunlight. The ground was soft with moss and fallen leaves. As I walked, I noticed some broken branches and footprints on the dirt path. They looked fresh, like someone had passed through recently, but I was sure I was the only person around for miles. I felt a little tense and quickened my pace back toward the cabin. When I reached the porch, I saw that the door was slightly ajar. I was certain I had locked it before I left. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I pushed the door open slowly and stepped inside. Everything looked normal. Nothing seemed touched or out of place. Maybe the wind had pushed it open? I tried to calm myself. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every sound seemed louder in the darkness. The wind howled softly through the cracks in the windows. Branches scraped against the walls, and distant animal noises echoed through the forest. I kept checking the door and windows, making sure they were locked tight. The next morning, I found something that unsettled me more than anything. On the kitchen table was a small pile of dirt and leaves, like someone had dragged a handful of soil inside. I had cleaned thoroughly before I left the day before, so it couldn't have been there before. I looked around carefully but saw no signs of forced entry. My heart started to race. I decided to call the owner on my phone. No signal. I tried several times with no luck. The cabin was too far from any cell tower. I felt completely cut off. The realization hit me hard. If something happened, no one would know for hours, maybe days. That day, I didn't leave the cabin. I kept the doors locked, windows shut, and the fire burning. I found a baseball bat in the corner, likely left by the owner for protection, and held it close. Every noise made me jump. I wasn't sure what scared me more, the silence or the sounds of the forest. As the sun set, the tension grew heavier. I heard footsteps outside, slow and deliberate. I couldn't see anything through the thick trees, but I knew someone was there. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it a hunter, a lost hiker, or someone with worse intentions? I sat silently, listening. The footsteps stopped just outside the porch. Then muffled noises, maybe whispers, but I couldn't be sure. I gripped the bat tighter, my heart pounding in my chest. Hours passed. Nothing more happened, and eventually, I fell into a restless sleep, sitting by the stove. The following day, I decided I had to leave. I packed my things quickly and checked the door locks. Before heading out, I looked around the cabin one last time. On the back porch, I found a small pile of sticks arranged in a crude pattern. I didn't understand what it meant, but it looked like a sign left intentionally. I stepped outside cautiously. The forest was quiet, too quiet. I started walking back to the car, following the dirt road I had come in on. As I walked, I noticed more signs: broken branches, footprints, and small piles of stones at the edge of the path. Someone had been watching me or following me. Panic set in, but I kept moving. The forest seemed to close in around me. The sun was dipping below the horizon again, and I was still far from the car. Then I heard it, voices, faint but clear. Men talking in low tones, voices angry and aggressive. I froze and pressed myself against a tree, trying to stay out of sight. A group of people appeared on the trail ahead, carrying hunting rifles. They were rough-looking, dirty, and wore camouflage clothes. One of them spotted me. The other stopped and turned toward me. I didn't know what to do. I had no way to defend myself except the bat, but I was outnumbered. I raised my hands to show I meant no harm and slowly backed away. They shouted, but I couldn't make out the words. I turned and ran as fast as I could down the trail. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I didn't stop. Branches scraped my arms, and the uneven ground made it hard to keep balance. I heard footsteps behind me, gaining ground. I reached the road where I had parked my car. The engine started without hesitation, and I sped away. The forest disappeared in the rearview mirror, and the distant lights of the highway gave me a strange sense of relief. At the next gas station, I stopped and called the police. I told them what happened, where the cabin was, and that I felt threatened by the men I saw in the woods. They said they would send someone out, but I was already too far. I stayed at a motel that night, too shaken to sleep. I couldn't stop thinking about what might have happened if they had caught me. The peaceful trip I had planned turned into a nightmare, all because I had trusted the wrong place and was not prepared for what lay hidden in the woods. In the end, I learned a hard lesson. Nature is beautiful and calm, but it can also be dangerous, not because of ghosts or monsters, but because people with bad intentions can be anywhere, even in the most remote places. Sometimes, the real fear comes from the unknown and the mistakes we make when we don't respect it fully. I never went back to that cabin. The silence I wanted turned into a warning I would never forget. I never thought I'd spend a weekend in a cabin out in the middle of nowhere. But when the chance came up, I said yes. It was supposed to be simple. A break from the city noise, some time to think, relax, maybe get some work done on my laptop. The cabin was small, old, but solid. It stood at the edge of a dense forest, about an hour's drive from the nearest town. I was alone. No cell service, no internet, nothing. Just me and the woods. The drive there was long and tiring. The road was a narrow, winding dirt track surrounded by tall pines, their branches scraping against the windows. I noticed how quiet it was, the kind of silence that feels heavy, like something is watching or waiting. I brushed it off, telling myself it was just the isolation. The cabin looked exactly like the pictures online: weathered wood, a stone chimney, and a small porch with a rusty old swing hanging by 2 chains. Inside, it smelled of wood smoke and damp earth. The floorboards creaked under my feet. There was a small kitchen with basic utensils, a wood stove for heat, and a living room with a sofa covered in old blankets. A single window overlooked the forest. The place was clean, but clearly hadn't seen many visitors lately. I spent the first day unpacking, lighting a fire in the stove, and organizing my things. I wanted to write, but found myself distracted by the silence. Around sunset, the shadows grew long and thick. The woods outside darkened quickly, the trees merging into one giant black wall. The only sounds were the occasional rustling of leaves and the distant call of some animal. That first night, I couldn't sleep well. Every little noise seemed louder in the stillness. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps outside the cabin. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal, but the feeling stuck with me, like something was moving just beyond the window, watching. I closed the curtains tight and pulled the blankets over my head. The next morning, I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling. The sun was shining through the trees, making patterns on the floor. I went for a walk down the narrow trail that led deeper into the forest. The air was fresh, the smell of pine and earth strong. Birds sang in the branches. Everything seemed peaceful, almost too peaceful. I kept looking back toward the cabin, half expecting to see someone or something following me. I found a small creek a few hundred meters in. The water was clear and cold. I knelt down and drank a little, feeling the chill run down my throat. Nearby, I noticed some strange footprints pressed into the mud. They were too big to be any normal animal, definitely human, but they looked old, maybe days old. The prints led toward the cabin. Cold knot formed in my stomach. I walked back quickly, heart pounding. When I reached the cabin, I checked the door. It was locked, but I felt exposed, vulnerable. I double-checked all the windows, pulling curtains tighter. The forest felt darker somehow, the shadows longer and sharper. That afternoon, I found myself watching the tree line from the porch. The wind had picked up, rustling branches and sending leaves fluttering to the ground. Every now and then, I caught a glimpse of movement between the trunks. I told myself it was just animals, deer or maybe a fox, but the movements were too deliberate, too slow. I tried to work, but my mind kept drifting. I couldn't stop thinking about those footprints. Who had been here? How had they gotten so close without me seeing them? I felt a pressure in my chest, a tightening that wouldn't go away. As the sun set again, I lit the fire in the stove early. I sat close to the warm glow, eyes scanning the dark windows. The wind moaned through the cracks in the wood, and the shadows in the corners seemed to move just out of the edge of my vision. I didn't want to look outside, but I kept doing it anyway, like waiting for something to happen. When night fell, the sounds changed. The wind died down, and the forest grew quiet, almost too quiet. I heard a sudden snap of a branch somewhere nearby, sharp and close. My breath caught in my throat. Then, footsteps, slow, heavy, deliberate, circling the cabin. I froze, heart hammering. The footsteps stopped. Nothing else. No voice, no movement. Just the night. I reached for the flashlight I kept by the door. With shaking hands, I switched it on and aimed it outside. The beam cut through the darkness, lighting up a patch of trees. For a moment, nothing. Then, a figure stepped into the light, tall, wearing a dark jacket and a hood pulled low over their face. I gasped and pulled back inside, slamming the door shut. The figure disappeared into the night. I locked every door and window again, checked the stove, and grabbed the knife I had brought for camping. I sat in the living room, flashlight in one hand, knife in the other, listening. The footsteps returned, now moving away down the trail, fading into the distance. But I didn't sleep that night. I didn't even close my eyes. The next morning, I knew I had to leave. I packed quickly, keeping my eyes on the forest. The silence was heavier now, like the woods were holding their breath. As I opened the door to leave, I saw footprints again in the dirt outside. Fresh ones, this time, leading straight to the porch. Someone had been there last night, just a few feet away from me. The prints were deep, heavy, as if whoever it was weighed a lot. I didn't stop to look around. I jumped in the car and drove back down the dirt road as fast as I dared. The trees on either side seemed to lean in closer, their shadows reaching for me. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following. When I finally reached the paved road, with cell signal and other cars, the tension in my chest began to ease. I stopped at the nearest gas station, called the local sheriff's office, and told them what had happened. They took notes but said they hadn't had any reports of strangers in the area. They said the woods could be dangerous, and sometimes people got lost or tried to camp illegally. But I knew what I saw. I knew someone had been watching the cabin, watching me. Now, even weeks later, I still get chills when I think about it. The silence of that forest, the footsteps in the dark, the way the shadows moved just beyond the light. I don't know who it was or why they came. Maybe someone living off the grid, or a stranger passing through. But I learned the hard way that sometimes the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters. They're the people you don't see until it's almost too late. I hadn't been to the cabin in almost 5 years. When I was younger, my family owned this old, weathered place tucked deep in the woods of northern Vermont. I remember the creaky floors, the musty smell of pine and old wood, and the way sunlight filtered through the cracks in the walls in the late afternoon. It was always a place to escape, quiet, isolated, alone with the sounds of the forest and my own thoughts. But this trip wasn't for escape or nostalgia. It was for something else, to find out what had happened to the previous owner, a man who vanished without a trace nearly 2 months before. The man's name was Harold. The cabin had been his for almost 30 years before he disappeared. The story was strange. A ranger had found the door unlocked, the house empty, but no sign that Harold had left in a hurry. His truck was parked nearby, keys inside, and all his things were exactly as they'd been left. No notes.
No clues.
The police investigation went nowhere, and after a few weeks, they called it a missing person case and shelved it. I was curious, maybe foolish. I decided to take a few days off work and check the cabin myself. I wanted to see if I could figure out anything that the police missed. I packed my old gear, a flashlight, a pocket knife, matches, some canned food, and a thick jacket. The drive from the nearest town to the cabin was long, slow, and winding. The roads narrowed as I got closer, changing from asphalt to gravel, then to dirt tracks lined with thick trees that seemed to close in around the car. When I finally arrived, the sun was already low in the sky, casting long shadows across the clearing where the cabin stood. It looked almost the same as I remembered, only quieter, lonelier. The wood was darker, and some of the boards were rotting, peeling away from the frame. The small porch sagged a bit on one side. I parked and got out, feeling the chill of the evening air settle on my skin. The smell of pine and wet earth was sharp. I locked the car and stepped toward the door. The door was unlocked, just like the police report said. I pushed it open slowly. The cabin smelled like old wood and dust, mixed with a faint, sour scent I couldn't place at first. The floorboards creaked under my boots. Inside, everything was covered in a thin layer of dust and dirt, except for one thing, a pair of muddy boots near the fireplace. They looked fresh. Someone had been here recently. My heart skipped a beat. I took out my flashlight and started to explore. The living room was small and simple. A battered armchair, a rusty wood stove, a few shelves with dusty books and empty jars. I noticed the fireplace had ashes, but they weren't cold. Someone had made a fire here in the last day or two. I felt a sudden unease. Maybe I wasn't alone. The kitchen was tiny, with a sink that had dried water stains and a cracked countertop. On the table, I found a half-empty bottle of water and a crumpled grocery list with a few items checked off. Bread, canned beans, matches, batteries. I didn't touch anything. I was here to observe, not disturb. I went upstairs to the bedroom. The stairs creaked with every step, the wood thin and worn. The room was dark except for the light from my flashlight. The bed was unmade, sheets tangled and dirty, like someone had left in a hurry. On the nightstand, there was a notebook. I opened it carefully. The notebook was filled with neat handwriting, a journal. The entries were recent, up until 2 weeks ago. They talked about loneliness, strange noises outside at night, and a growing fear of something watching him from the woods. Nothing supernatural, just the fear of being hunted or watched. The last entry was cut off mid-sentence. I felt the cold creep up my spine again. I went back downstairs and looked out the window. The forest outside was thick and dark. The wind rustled the leaves, making a whispering sound that seemed almost like voices if I listened too hard. The sun was gone now. The night was settling in fast. I decided to stay. I made a fire in the stove to keep warm and unpacked my gear. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but the feeling of being watched was growing stronger. I checked my phone. No signal. I was completely cut off. That night, every little sound startled me. The creak of the trees, the snap of a twig in the distance, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. I kept the flashlight close and my knife closer. I tried to sleep, but the dark felt thick and heavy. Around midnight, I thought I heard footsteps outside, slow and deliberate. I stayed perfectly still, listening. Nothing more. The next morning, I found more signs outside, footprints in the mud leading away from the cabin into the woods. They were fresh and human-sized. Whoever had been here was still around. I packed some food and decided to follow the tracks a short way. I didn't go far, just a few hundred feet. The woods were dense, tangled with underbrush and fallen logs. The tracks ended abruptly near a small stream, as if whoever had been walking had stepped into the water or vanished. I returned to the cabin, feeling more unsettled. The journal's last entry and these signs meant someone was definitely hiding out here. But who? Why? And were they dangerous? That night, the footsteps came again. Closer this time. I heard a soft scraping sound near the back door. I didn't dare open it. I sat in the corner with my knife, waiting until dawn. When morning came, I found the back door slightly ajar. The lock was broken. Someone had been inside while I slept. My heart pounded in my chest, but I forced myself to stay calm. I searched the cabin again, looking for clues. In the kitchen drawer, I found a dirty rag soaked in what looked like blood. It was faint, but unmistakable. Whoever had been here was hurt or had hurt something, maybe themselves. The rest of the day, I stayed alert, watching the woods. The isolation pressed on me, and the sun began to set once more. That night was the worst. The footsteps didn't stop. They circled the cabin. Scratches appeared on the doorframe. Heavy breathing echoed outside. I wanted to run, but I was too far from help. On the third day, I decided I had to leave. I packed everything quickly, but before I could get into my car, I saw a figure dart behind the trees. It was a man, dirty and wild-eyed, clothes torn. He vanished into the woods before I could react. I didn't wait. I started the car and drove as fast as I dared, heart racing, looking in the rearview mirror for any sign of him. The drive out was long and tense, every shadow in the forest seeming to move. Back in town, I reported what I saw to the police. They promised to send a team out, but I knew they might not find anything. The woods are big and people disappear all the time. I never went back to that cabin. Sometimes I wonder what happened to Harold and who that man was in the woods. Maybe they're connected, maybe not. But I know one thing for sure. Some places hold secrets, and it's best to leave them buried. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. The idea of escaping the noisy city for a quiet cabin deep in the woods felt like exactly what I needed. I wasn't a social person, and being surrounded by people all day drained me. The peace of nature, the crackling fire, the smell of pine trees, all that promised a break from stress. So when I finally rented the small cabin for a week, I packed my bags carefully and left. The drive itself was long and tiring. The city lights gave way to stretches of dark highway flanked by tall trees. After a few hours, I turned onto a narrow dirt road that twisted and climbed through thick forest. I could feel the temperature drop as I moved farther away from civilization. The air grew colder and crisper. The only sounds were my tires crunching over the gravel and the occasional bird call. When I finally saw the cabin through the trees, I pulled over and sat there for a moment just to take it in. The cabin was small and rustic, made of dark wood. It had a porch with a faded rocking chair and a pile of firewood stacked neatly beside the door. Smoke from the chimney rose in a thin ribbon against the cold air. The windows were frosted over, and snow had begun to settle on the roof. It looked cozy, exactly like the kind of place I imagined myself spending quiet nights. I got out of the car and stretched. The cold air bit at my face. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The warmth hit me right away, carried by the wood stove that the previous renter must have left going. The cabin smelled of old pine, with smoke and a faint trace of damp earth. The walls were lined with simple furniture. A small kitchen table, a couple of chairs, a couch with a blanket folded over it, and a bed with a thick quilt. I set my bags down and walked around, checking everything out. There was a small woodpile inside near the stove, so I didn't have to go outside to keep the fire burning at night. The cabin had no electricity, but that was part of the charm. I had brought a lantern and a few candles for light. The only real source of power was a small gas-powered generator outside, but I decided not to use it unless absolutely necessary. I lit a fire in the stove and sat down on the couch, feeling the warmth seep into my bones. Outside, the snow started falling harder, turning the world white. I was glad to be inside, away from the cold. The first night passed without much trouble. I ate a simple dinner of canned soup and bread, read a book by candlelight, and went to bed early. The silence outside was complete, broken only by the occasional creak of the cabin settling or the soft thump of snow falling from tree branches. On the second day, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. I pulled on my boots, wrapped a scarf around my neck, and stepped outside. The snow had piled up overnight, thick and powdery. My footsteps left clear prints as I walked through the forest. The trees were heavy with snow, their branches bending low. The cold air was sharp, and my breath came out in small clouds. I followed a faint path that wound between the trees. The forest was quiet except for the occasional bird call or the distant rustle of an animal moving through the brush. I kept my eyes open for any signs of wildlife, tracks, broken branches, or nests. The snow made everything look magical, but I reminded myself to stay alert. Being alone in the wilderness meant I had to be careful. As I walked, I noticed the sun was starting to dip behind the trees. The light grew dimmer, the shadows longer. I turned back toward the cabin, feeling the chill in my fingers and toes. The walk back was faster, my mind turning over the peacefulness of the day. That night, I was more cautious. I double-checked the firewood, made sure the stove door was closed tight, and locked the cabin door. The wind had picked up, howling softly outside. At one point, I thought I heard a snap from outside, like a branch breaking. But when I looked out the window, there was nothing but snow and darkness. Sleep came slowly, interrupted by strange noises outside. Something was moving in the woods, heavy footsteps, maybe. My heart raced as I lay still, listening. The sound moved closer, then farther away. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a fox. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach turn. Near the porch, in the fresh snow, were deep footprints. Not the kind made by deer or foxes, but large and heavy, human. They led from the woods right up to the cabin, then circled around and disappeared back into the trees. I froze. Someone had been here during the night. For a moment, I considered packing up and leaving immediately, but I had driven all this way and planned to stay a full week. I decided to be more careful. I checked my phone, no signal as expected. The nearest neighbor was miles away. I had no way to call for help. I spent the day inside, keeping the fire going and staying near the windows. I kept an eye on the snow outside, watching for more footprints or movement. Nothing else appeared. That night, the sounds returned, louder this time. Footsteps crunching in the snow, branches snapping. I heard something scraping near the cabin walls. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. I wanted to call out, to scream, but I stayed silent, trying to listen carefully. The noises stopped after a while. When I dared to look outside, I saw fresh scratches on the wooden door. Deep, angry marks as if someone had tried to force their way in. I grabbed my hunting knife from my bag and kept it close on the table. Sleep was impossible. The next morning, I was tense but determined to understand what was happening. I went outside carefully, scanning the woods for signs of the person who had been here. The snow was fresh and undisturbed except for the footprints near the cabin. Then I saw something else. A small, crude trap made from branches and wire, half hidden near the base of a tree not far from the cabin. It looked homemade and dangerous, something meant to catch an animal or possibly a person. I backed away slowly. Whoever had been here was not just a random visitor. They were someone who knew how to survive in the woods, someone who might be dangerous. The next days were a tense blur. I stayed mostly inside, keeping the fire burning and barricading the doors as best as I could. The footprints came and went, sometimes circling the cabin, sometimes stopping at the windows. At one point, I spotted movement between the trees, a shadow that disappeared as quickly as it appeared. I started leaving notes in the dirt outside, hoping to mark my presence. If someone else came, they might see them, but the isolation pressed down on me. Every creak, every rustle in the dark made me jump. I felt watched, hunted. One afternoon, the generator suddenly sputtered and died. The batteries were low, and I had forgotten to bring extra fuel. I was plunged into silence and cold again, with only the fire and candles to keep me warm. That night was the worst. The noises were relentless. Scraping, tapping, slow footsteps around the cabin. I was sure now someone was out there, waiting, watching, trying to find a way in. I sat by the stove, clutching the knife, eyes darting to every shadow. I thought about shouting for help, but no one could hear me. I thought about running, but the snow outside was thick, and I had no idea where to go. In the early hours of the morning, when I was nearly at my breaking point, I heard the loudest noise yet. A heavy thud against the door, then the sound of splintering wood. Someone was trying to break in. Adrenaline surged through me. I grabbed a heavy iron poker from the fire and stood ready. The door gave way a little, but then the pounding stopped. The footsteps retreated into the darkness. I stayed awake until dawn, listening. When the sun finally rose, I saw no sign of the intruder. I knew I couldn't stay. I packed my things quickly, shoveled a path to the car through the snow, and locked the cabin as best I could. The footprints led off into the forest, disappearing into the white. The drive back was slow and careful. Every sound in the woods seemed threatening. I kept my eyes on the road, watching the tree lean for movement. When I finally reached the city, the noise and light felt overwhelming, but safe. I realized how much danger I had been in, how fragile my safety had been in the wilderness. Looking back, I never found out who had come to my cabin or why. Maybe it was a hunter, someone living off the grid, or a criminal hiding in the woods. Whatever it was, I knew one thing for sure. The quiet I had sought was not without its dangers. Nature is beautiful, but it is wild and unpredictable. And sometimes the real fear comes not from what we imagine, but from what is very real and very close, waiting in the shadows just beyond the door. I remember the moment I decided to spend a week alone in that cabin deep in the forest. It was not some reckless choice born from thrill-seeking, but something I needed. Life in the city was wearing me down. Constant noise, flashing lights, and crowds that drained my energy. I wanted silence, space, and the chance to think without interruption. The cabin was small, old, and isolated, but it had running water and electricity, which was enough for me. It sat at the edge of a dense forest, far from the nearest town, with no neighbors in sight. I rented it through a simple website without much thought to what might come after. When I arrived, the sun was setting behind tall pine trees, casting long shadows across the narrow dirt road that led to the cabin. The air smelled sharp and clean, a fresh contrast to the usual city smell of exhaust and food. The cabin looked like a small wooden box with a porch on one side. Its paint was peeling, and the windows were dusty, but it had a kind of quiet charm. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and felt the coolness immediately. The place was simple. A small kitchen, a living room with a wood stove, a bedroom with a creaky bed, and a bathroom with a shower. I dropped my bags and sat on the floor, letting the quiet settle around me. That first night, I slept well despite the unfamiliar sounds outside. The rustling of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the snapping of twigs. It was different from city noises, but not frightening. I told myself I was ready to spend my days hiking, reading, and just being alone. The next morning, the forest was bathed in golden light. I made coffee on the stove and sat outside on the porch, watching the trees sway in the soft breeze. The forest was alive with birds and insects, but it felt peaceful. I planned my hike for the afternoon, packing a small bag with water, snacks, a map, and a flashlight just in case. The map was old and hand-drawn, but it showed the main trails near the cabin. I felt confident I could manage. Walking into the woods was a strange feeling, exciting but unfamiliar. The trees towered above me, their branches forming a thick canopy that filtered sunlight into scattered patches. The path was narrow and sometimes covered with fallen leaves and branches, but it was visible. I followed it, listening to the crunch of my boots and the distant sound of a creek. The air smelled of pine and damp earth. Occasionally, I spotted a squirrel or a bird darting through the trees. I felt completely alone but not lonely. Hours passed as I wandered deeper, stopping to rest near the creek and sip water. The sun moved lower, and shadows grew longer. I knew I had to turn back soon, but as I turned around, something felt off. The path looked different. The trees were the same, but I couldn't see the familiar markers I had passed earlier. I paused, checking the map again. The lines didn't seem to match what I was seeing. I tried to recall the turns I had made, but the forest seemed to shift around me, as if it had no fixed shape. I started walking faster, trying to retrace my steps, but every turn led me deeper into the trees. The sky was turning a pale pink, and I realized I was running out of daylight. I switched on my flashlight, its weak beam barely cutting through the thickening gloom. My heart beat faster. I kept telling myself to stay calm and find the way back to the cabin. But then I heard the first sound that made my skin crawl. A low, soft noise, like something moving through the underbrush. It wasn't the wind or an animal I recognized. I stopped and listened. The noise stopped too. I shone my flashlight toward the sound, but I saw nothing. I took a deep breath and kept walking. Minutes later, the noise came again, closer this time. It was a rustling sound, quick and light, like footsteps. I spun around, shining the light, but no one was there. My breath was coming in short gasps now. I tried to make sense of what was happening, telling myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a wild dog. I pushed on, hoping to find a familiar path. But after an hour, the trees all looked the same, and I was still lost. The night was almost complete, and the flashlight's batteries were weak. Panic started creeping in. I knew that if I stayed out here too long, I could easily get hypothermia or injure myself. I had no cell signal, no way to call for help. The cabin was miles away, somewhere beyond this maze of trees. I decided to sit down and wait until dawn. I found a large fallen log and sat on it, hugging my knees. The forest around me was silent now, except for the occasional snapping of twigs. My mind raced with every possible scenario. I thought about what I packed: a knife, a small first aid kit, some food. I was not prepared for a real emergency. I thought about the animals that might be lurking: bears, coyotes. The forest wasn't safe at night. The night was long and cold. I tried to keep warm by rubbing my hands together and shifting my position. The darkness seemed to press in on me from all sides. I thought I heard voices once or twice, but when I listened carefully, it was just the wind. I stayed awake as much as I could, watching for any sign of movement. When the first light finally came, I felt weak and stiff. I stood up slowly and tried to orient myself. The forest looked different in the light, but I spotted a small hill in the distance I remembered from the map. I headed toward it, hoping it would lead me back to the cabin. The climb was exhausting, but at the top, I saw a faint trail winding down toward a clearing. I hurried down and soon recognized the edge of the forest. There, beyond the trees, was the cabin. Relief washed over me like a wave. I didn't hesitate. I ran back to the cabin, slamming the door behind me. Inside, I locked every door and window, checking the perimeter for any signs of someone or something. Nothing was out of place. The silence inside was comforting after the terrifying night. Over the next days, I stayed close to the cabin. I didn't dare venture far. I fixed the stove, cleaned the windows, and organized my supplies. I kept a knife by my side and made sure my flashlight was fully charged. I learned to recognize the sounds of the forest, which helped calm my nerves. On the last day, I packed up my things. I felt changed by the experience, more cautious but also stronger. I realized how easily nature could overwhelm you when you're not careful. The cabin wasn't just a quiet retreat. It was a place where you needed respect and preparation. As I drove away, I looked back at the trees, the cabin barely visible through the thick forest. I was glad to leave, but also grateful for the time I had spent alone in the woods. I knew I would never take the safety of the city for granted again. I was alone when I arrived at the cabin. It was deep in the woods, far from any town or road that I could see on the map. The directions had been simple enough: turn left at the old oak tree, follow the dirt track for another 2 miles. Then the cabin should be on the right, hidden behind a cluster of pines. The sky was a heavy gray, full of thick clouds that blocked out the afternoon sun. The wind was cold, cutting through my jacket as I stepped out of the car. I looked up at the cabin, a small wooden building that looked like it had been untouched for years. The wood was weathered, gray and rough, with moss growing on the roof and a small chimney that didn't look like it had been used in a long time. The windows were dirty and dark, some cracked, but the door was closed tight. I had come here for a break. I needed to get away from everything: the noise of the city, the stress of work, the constant buzz of people and cars and screens. I wanted silence. I wanted peace. But as I stood there, staring at the cabin, a strange feeling started to creep into my chest. It wasn't fear exactly, more like a slow, crawling worry, like something was not quite right, but I couldn't tell what. I shrugged it off. The wind pushed me forward, and I grabbed my bag from the back seat, locking the car behind me. I walked down the dirt path toward the cabin, my boots crunching on the dry leaves scattered across the ground. The forest around me was thick and dark. Tall pine trees reached up into the sky, their needles whispering in the wind. The smell of damp earth and pine resin filled the air. There was no sound besides the rustling of the trees and the distant call of a crow. No cars, no voices, nothing. I reached the porch. The wooden boards creaked under my weight. I fumbled with the keys I had been given and finally found the right one. The lock turned with a rusty grind, and the door swung open with a groan. Inside was dark and cold. The air smelled of old wood and dust. A few beams of weak light fell through the grimy windows, casting long shadows on the floor. The cabin was small, just one main room with a tiny kitchen at one end and a fireplace built into the far wall. There was a bed pushed into the corner, a wooden table with 2 chairs, and a shelf filled with old books and random objects covered in dust. I dropped my bag and closed the door behind me. The lock clicked shut, echoing too loud in the silence. I lit the fireplace first. It took some time with dry twigs and paper, but soon a small fire crackled, sending warmth and flickering light into the room. The cabin felt less empty now, less like a place forgotten by time. I unpacked some food and water, sitting down at the table with a tired sigh. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows and shaking the branches of the trees. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and tried to settle in. The first night was restless. The forest outside was alive with sounds: the distant howl of some animal, the snap of twigs breaking under invisible feet, the soft rustling of leaves. Every noise made me jump a little. I told myself it was just the forest, that animals lived here, that it was normal. But when I woke at 3 in the morning, I realized I hadn't fully locked the door. The latch was undone, the door slightly ajar. I was sure I had locked it before going to bed. My heart pounded as I closed the door again and secured the latch tightly. I searched the room with my eyes, waiting for any sign of someone else. Nothing. I told myself it was the wind that had pushed the door open. Maybe the lock was broken, but the feeling of being watched settled deep in my bones. The next day, I tried to keep busy. I gathered some firewood, exploring the small clearing around the cabin. The trees pressed close, tall and unyielding. I noticed the ground was uneven, with deep footprints pressed into the soft earth around the cabin. They looked human but too large for any normal person. I stared at them, feeling the cold rise in my chest. I walked further into the woods, looking for a phone signal, but there was nothing. No bars, no calls, no messages. The isolation was complete. Back at the cabin, I fixed a small breakfast, but the food tasted bland, my stomach tight with nerves. I tried to read an old book from the shelf, but my eyes kept drifting to the windows. Outside, the forest seemed darker, more silent. The second night was worse. The wind had died down, but the silence was heavier, thicker. Around midnight, I heard a soft scratching noise at the door. I froze. The sound stopped. Then it started again, slow and deliberate. I sat perfectly still, watching the door. The fire flickered weakly in the fireplace, shadows dancing on the walls. The scratching came again, louder this time. I grabbed the flashlight I had brought and aimed it at the door. The beam cut through the darkness. I saw nothing but the wood. The scratching stopped. I waited for what felt like hours, the flashlight shaking in my hand. When the first light of dawn finally crept through the windows, I unlocked the door slowly and stepped outside. There were no footprints, no sign of anyone or anything near the door. Just the forest, still and quiet. The days passed, but the feeling didn't leave. Every time I stepped outside, I saw those strange footprints in the dirt. They didn't seem fresh, but they also didn't look old. Like someone had been here, but was hiding just out of sight. One afternoon, I noticed something worse. A small pile of stones had been arranged just off the path. It looked like a marker or a warning. I kicked at it, and the stones scattered across the dirt. That night, the scratching returned, but it was joined by something new. Soft footsteps moving just outside the cabin, circling it slowly. I stayed awake, flashlight in hand, waiting for morning. On the third day, I decided to leave. The unease was too much. I packed my bag quickly, trying not to make noise. But as I stepped outside, I saw something that froze me. The tire tracks from my car were gone. The dirt was smooth, untouched, like my car had never been there. Panic rose in my throat. I looked around, the forest closing in. No sign of the road, no path back. Just trees and shadows. I ran back to the cabin, locking the door behind me. I sat in the corner, listening to the silence, hoping for a sign of rescue. That night, the footsteps were different. Slower, heavier. The scratching at the door came with heavy breathing just outside. I pressed myself against the wall, trying to make myself small, invisible. At dawn, the sound stopped. I opened the door slowly, the cold morning air biting my face. A single boot print was stamped on the porch, fresh and deep. I didn't know what to do. I spent the next days watching, waiting. I knew someone was out there, watching me, maybe waiting for me to leave. I made traps around the cabin. Branches rigged to snap, stones piled where someone would trip. I stayed near the fire, the light keeping the shadows at bay. But I didn't sleep. Not really. On the fifth day, I saw him. A man, hiding behind a tree, staring at the cabin. His face was shadowed, but I could see the cold eyes watching me. He didn't move. I grabbed my backpack and ran into the forest, away from the cabin. The branches tore at my clothes. The underbrush scratched my skin. I didn't look back. After hours of running, I found a dirt road. I followed it until I saw a car in the distance. I flagged it down and the driver called the police. The police found the cabin empty. No sign of the man. The footprints, the marks, all gone. They told me the woods were dangerous, that people sometimes hid there. They warned me never to go back. I didn't. Now, whenever I think back to that cabin, I feel the cold of the forest again. The weight of unseen eyes watching. The silence that screams. I still don't know who that man was or what he wanted. But I know one thing. Some places are not meant to be found, and some people are better left alone. I wanted to get away for a while. My job was killing me. My days all blended together, emails, meetings, deadlines. Every time I shut my laptop, I just stared at the wall. It was like nothing around me felt real anymore. I needed quiet. I needed to remember what it was like to hear my own thoughts without notifications or traffic or people. so I booked a cabin up in the mountains of Idaho. I found it on a rental site. It looked simple: wood walls, a metal roof, a stove that ran on propane, a generator, and no cell signal. The pictures showed tall pines and thick woods all around it. It looked like the kind of place where a person could sit and let their brain slow down. I drove for nearly 7 hours. The road after the last gas station turned to dirt, and then it narrowed to a trail wide enough for just one vehicle. It had rained before I got there. The soil was soft, muddy. Trees leaned in from both sides, tall and close, the kind that swallowed sound. I rolled down the window for a bit, just to listen. All I heard was the soft creak of the forest and my tires crushing wet leaves. I passed no one, no houses, no other cabins, no signs or fences or wires, just trees. The cabin was exactly what I'd hoped for. It sat at the end of a clearing, low to the ground, with an old wooden porch and a set of stone steps. One big room inside, a small bathroom off to the side with a compost toilet. A bed in one corner, a table in another. No television, no Wi-Fi, just shelves with canned food, a pile of chopped wood stacked against the far wall, and a thick metal stove pipe running through the roof. The generator was behind the cabin, maybe 20 feet out. It started after the second pull. I only planned to use it for an hour or two at night, just long enough to heat the cabin or boil water. I unpacked, made a small meal, then stepped outside. The woods around me were completely still. The trees were packed so tightly together it was like a green-black wall. I could hear birds far off and some rustling high up in the pines, but not much else. No cars, no voices, no aircraft. Felt like I'd stepped into another world. The first night was quiet, cold but quiet. I left the generator running for an hour, then shut it off. I read a book by flashlight and curled up under 2 heavy blankets. I slept through the night, woke up late. It was almost 10 when I got out of bed. The sun cut through the trees in thin lines. Steam curled off the forest floor. I made coffee over the stove and walked the perimeter of the clearing, just to get a sense of the place. There was no trail that led past the cabin, just dense brush. I tried stepping into the trees a few times, but it was tough to move through them. Vines, thorn bushes, dead limbs everywhere. You'd have to use a machete to get anywhere. I figured I'd stay close to the cabin. By the second night, I started to hear things. It was small at first, just a snapping branch, a heavy rustle maybe 30 or 40 feet into the woods. I was sitting on the porch, reading again, and I froze when I heard it. It wasn't an animal sound, not light and quick like a raccoon or deer. It was slower, heavier. It sounded like a footstep. I waited, didn't hear it again. It happened again the next night. This time it was later, after midnight. I was in bed, the generator long since off. The flashlight was on the floor beside me. I had just started to drift off when I heard a noise outside, crunching leaves. It came from the far side of the cabin, near the back where the generator sat. I stayed still, my eyes wide open. I waited almost a full minute, and then I heard it again. Another crunch, another slow step. I sat up and listened. It didn't come closer. It didn't go away. Just 2 isolated steps, far apart. Then nothing. I told myself it was a deer, a big one, maybe moving slow, but I knew how deer moved. I'd seen them plenty of times back home. They didn't stop and start like that. The next morning, I went around back. The mud was thick. I thought maybe I'd see tracks, but there were none. Nothing fresh, no broken twigs, just some old boot prints, mine from the day I got there. By the 4th night, the noises got worse. That night, it was windless, completely still, and colder than it had been. I wore 2 shirts and a jacket and still shivered. I turned on the generator again and boiled water for tea. Then I shut everything off and stepped outside to relieve myself before bed. When I opened the cabin door, something felt off. Couldn't say what. It was like the darkness was thicker than usual, like the trees were pressing in. I stepped out slowly and walked to the side of the porch. That's when I heard it, breathing. It was faint but close, too close. It wasn't mine. It came from maybe 20 feet away, just beyond the edge of the porch. I stood still and stared into the blackness. Then I saw it, a shape Not moving, not walking, just standing. A human figure, tall, lean, barely outlined by the faint light from my flashlight, which I'd propped on the porch rail. It didn't speak, didn't move. I backed into the cabin and shut the door, locked it. I turned off all the lights and crouched behind the bed. For the next hour, I didn't sleep. I didn't move. I just listened. I heard nothing else that night. In the morning, I went outside with the flashlight. My legs shook the whole time. I walked around the cabin, into the trees where I'd seen the shape. The ground was soft. If someone had been standing there, there would have been footprints. But there weren't. Just pine needles. No broken branches.
No marks.
Still, I knew what I saw. I told myself it could have been my imagination. Shadows can play tricks. When you stare into darkness long enough, your mind creates things. But I wasn't convinced. The shape had been too clear. The head, the arms, the stance. It wasn't a tree or a shadow. It was a man. I should have left. I don't know why I didn't. Maybe pride. Maybe I didn't want to believe I was being watched. But I stayed one more night. That last night was the worst. Started around 9 p.m. I was inside, all the doors locked, the flashlight on, and I was pacing. I couldn't concentrate on anything. I kept thinking about the shape. I kept checking the windows. Then I heard the generator start. I froze. I hadn't touched it. I hadn't even gone outside. The engine revved, sputtered, then caught and started humming, loud and steady. I grabbed my flashlight and looked out the front window. I couldn't see anything from there. The generator was behind the cabin. I opened the door and stepped out. I moved slowly around the side of the cabin, every hair on my body standing straight up. The generator sat there, running just like it had the night before. But the switch was flipped. Someone had started it. I shined my light into the trees. That's when I saw him again. This time he was closer, maybe 10 feet away, half his body behind a tree, only the edge of his shoulder and face visible. He wasn't wearing any bright clothes, just dark, loose fabric. His face was pale, very pale. I could see it clearly. He was watching me, not blinking, not moving. I ran back into the cabin, slammed the door, barricaded it with the table. I didn't shut my eyes for a second. I kept the flashlight on and pointed at the front door. The generator ran for nearly 3 hours before it sputtered out. I waited another hour after that, then another. Around 3 a.m., I heard scratching at the back wall of the cabin. Light, slow, like fingers. It lasted maybe 30 seconds, then nothing. When the sun finally came up, I packed everything in 5 minutes. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I just threw my stuff in the bag, unlocked the door, and ran to the truck. I started it and drove without looking back. The forest was dead silent as I left.
No birds.
No rustling. Nothing. It took 2 hours to get back to the paved road. When I finally saw a car pass me, I nearly cried. I never went back to that cabin. I didn't tell anyone about it for a long time. Later that year, I looked the place up again online. The listing was gone. I checked the owner's profile. It was gone too. I contacted the site and asked if they had a record of the rental. They said they didn't. I still have the receipt, though. I printed it. I don't know why. Maybe part of me knew I'd need proof one day. I think about it sometimes. The man in the trees, the breathing, the generator. He knew I was alone. He knew the place was remote. He knew there were no neighbors, no phone signal, no help. And he didn't want to hurt me that first night, or the second, or even the third. He wanted me to see him, to know he was there. That was the point. That's what scares me the most. It wasn't rage or madness or revenge. It was patience. He was watching me the whole time, from the trees, from the dark. Every step I took, every bite I ate, every moment I thought I was alone, he was out there, and he never once tried to hide. I didn't plan to spend the night in the woods alone. It just happened. It was supposed to be a quick trip. A day hike to the cabin my uncle had left behind years ago. A place no one had touched since he died. I wanted to check it out, see if it was worth fixing up. The cabin sat deep in the woods, miles from the nearest road, the kind of place that felt completely cut off from the world. No electricity, no running water, just wood, stone, and the wild around it. I left early in the morning, driving down narrow forest roads that slowly turned into dirt tracks. The sky was gray with low clouds, but the air was fresh and smelled like pine and wet earth. I had a small backpack with food, water, a flashlight, and some tools. I wasn't expecting much. The plan was simple. Walk in, look around, take some pictures, and leave before dark. The hike wasn't easy. The trail was overgrown in parts, tangled with roots and fallen branches. I had to climb over rocks and duck under low-hanging limbs. The forest was quiet, except for the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird. No other people, no signs of life beyond the trees. That silence settled over me, heavy and strange, the kind that makes you notice every small sound, every snap of a twig, every crunch underfoot. When I finally saw the cabin, it felt like stepping back in time. It was old and worn, its wood gray and cracked, roof sagging in the middle, windows dirty but intact. The door hung slightly off its hinges. A thin layer of moss covered parts of the roof and walls. The porch creaked under my weight as I stepped up. The smell inside was musty and cold, like damp wood and dust. The floorboards groaned with each step. Inside, the cabin was small and simple. A stone fireplace filled one wall. Piles of old newspapers and broken furniture lay scattered around. The air was thick with the smell of decay and something else I couldn't place. It was heavy, like the cabin had been holding its breath for years. I opened a small cabinet in the corner, finding some rusted tools and a few cans that had long gone bad. I took pictures of everything: the peeling wallpaper, the cracked ceiling, the small kitchen stove covered in soot. I wanted to make a report to my uncle's estate about what I found. But as the sun moved lower, the light in the cabin faded. Shadows grew long and dark in the corners. I realized I didn't want to be here after dark, not alone. I packed up and stepped outside. The forest around the cabin looked different as the sun sank. Shadows stretched between the trees, the wind whispered softly, and the quiet wasn't comforting anymore. It felt watchful, like the woods themselves were alive and paying attention. I hurried down the trail, trying to reach the dirt road before nightfall, but I got turned around. The trail forks were confusing in the dimming light. The path I thought I remembered led me deeper into thick woods instead of out. My heart started to race as the trees closed in, the darkness settling faster than I expected. My flashlight flickered when I switched it on, and the batteries felt weak. I could hear the sounds of the forest growing louder, the crack of a branch, the rustle of leaves, the distant howl of some animal. Not close, but near enough to be unsettling. I tried to stay calm. I thought about the directions my uncle had given me once, vague memories of old maps and landmarks. I kept moving, stepping carefully over roots and stones, following what I hoped was the right path. But the woods seemed endless, each tree looking like the last, the trail disappearing into shadows. The temperature dropped quickly. My breath fogged in front of me. The sky was now nearly black, with only a sliver of moonlight filtering through the branches. I stopped to catch my breath and listen. The silence was broken by something else. A low, snapping sound, close behind me. I froze, the sound repeating softly, slow and deliberate. I didn't dare turn around. Instead, I moved faster, trying to keep calm and not panic. The snapping kept following, matching my steps, staying just behind me. It wasn't the sound of an animal. It was different, heavier, more careful. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them good. A wild animal? Person? I looked at my phone, hoping for a signal. Nothing. No bars. No GPS. Just the blank screen lighting up my face, dark and tense. I had no way to call for help. The woods swallowed me up completely. My flashlight finally died, plunging me into near darkness. I switched it on one last time, the beam weak and flickering. Then I heard breathing, not mine, right behind me, slow, steady, calm, but close. I turned sharply, shining the flashlight into the dark. I saw nothing but trees. No eyes, no movement, just the empty forest. I started to run. Branches scratched at my face and arms. My boots slipped on wet leaves and mud. The snapping sounds followed, always behind me. I didn't look back again. I ran blindly, guided by the faint moonlight breaking through the canopy. After what felt like hours, I stumbled into a clearing. My legs ached, my lungs burned, and I was soaked with sweat and cold rain that had started to fall. The clearing was open, empty except for an old hunting stand at the far edge. I climbed it, shaking and scared, hoping to see a road or some sign of civilization. The rain was coming down harder now, and the night was darker than before. I heard footsteps around the clearing, slow, heavy, purposeful. I saw nothing but felt the presence close, just beyond the tree line. I stayed still, quiet, afraid to move or make a sound. Then the footsteps stopped. Silence again. The rain beat steadily on the leaves and dirt. I waited until dawn. The light came slowly, softening the forest's edges. The footsteps were gone. The snapping stopped. The breathing vanished. I climbed down carefully and looked around. The forest looked normal, peaceful even. But I knew it wasn't. Something had been there with me in the dark, something watching and waiting. I followed the rising sun, heading east as best I could remember. The forest finally gave way to a dirt road, muddy and worn. I walked along it until I found a small town store open. The relief was overwhelming. I told the clerk where I'd been, what had happened, but I didn't mention the footsteps or the breathing. I wasn't sure anyone would believe me. They sent someone to pick me up, and I left the woods behind. The cabin trip was over, but the feeling stayed with me. The silence, the watching, the way the forest could swallow a person whole without leaving a trace. It started with a need to get away. I'd been working long hours for months straight, and my head felt like it was full of static. Between deadlines, meetings, and emails that never stopped, I felt like I hadn't really breathed in a long time. So when I found the listing for a remote cabin up north, tucked into the woods along a quiet lake, I didn't think twice. I booked it for 10 days straight. No cell reception, no internet, no other houses for miles, just me and nature. The pictures showed a simple wooden structure, one story, a wraparound porch, and a dock that stretched out into the lake. The kind of place you could disappear in, and for a while that was all I wanted. Just peace, just silence. I packed light, a week's worth of food, some frozen meals, a big jug of water, a few books, a flashlight, and some firewood. The cabin had a generator, according to the owner, and propane for the stove. No running water, but there was a water tank and an outhouse out back. I brought extra just in case. The drive was long and the roads turned to dirt after a while. I passed no other cars for hours. Trees pressed in on both sides, and the last 15 miles were just a narrow, winding path with deep ruts and overgrown brush scratching the side of my car. I remember thinking this was what I wanted, someplace out of reach. When I pulled up to the cabin, the sun was dipping behind the trees. The place looked just like the pictures, maybe even better. The wood siding was a bit more weathered than I expected, but the porch looked solid, and the windows were all intact. I unpacked, turned on the generator, and watched the warm glow of the lights spill through the windows. For the first time in a long while, I felt like I could exhale. The first couple of days were calm. I read, took walks around the property, cooked simple meals, and sat on the dock watching the still water stretch out into the distance. It was quiet, so quiet that even the slightest creak of a branch or a rustle in the bushes felt louder than it should have. But I didn't mind. I figured I just wasn't used to silence anymore. On the third night, I started noticing little things. Nothing big, just odd details that stuck in my head. I was walking along the tree line near the back of the cabin, and I saw what looked like a crushed beer can half buried in the dirt. It was old and rusted, but it didn't make sense. The owner had told me no one had rented the place in over 6 months. The nearest town was more than 20 miles away. I figured maybe a hiker dropped it years ago and shrugged it off. But then there were the boot prints. The ground around the cabin was soft with layers of pine needles, but you could still make out tracks. Most of the ones near the porch were mine. My sneakers had a specific tread I could recognize. But a few feet off the side, leading toward the trees, I saw a different pattern. Wider, heavier prints. Boots. Work boots, maybe. They were deep, and from the way the heel dug into the earth, whoever left them was moving quickly. I stared at them for a long time. The logical part of my brain kicked in. Maybe someone else came up here recently. Maybe the owner had workers check on the place and didn't mention it. That made sense. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. That night, I locked the door for the first time. The cabin door was solid, thick wood, deadbolt, latch. I slid the latch shut and double-checked it before bed. I also made sure the windows were closed and pulled the shades tight. I told myself it was just caution, just habit. I'd done the same thing back home in the city. Sometime deep into the night, I heard the sound. It was faint at first, just a soft thump, like a stick dropping on the roof. I waited, holding my breath, thinking it would stop. But then it came again, a little louder, then something else like a scraping. Not metal on metal, more like wood on wood. Slow, dragging. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. The room was pitch black. I turned off the generator before sleeping, and without it, there was no light anywhere. I reached for my flashlight and clicked it on, the beam cutting through the dark. I didn't hear anything else, so I got up and tiptoed to the window. Nothing. I opened the door just a crack and stepped out onto the porch, flashlight raised. I swept the beam across the yard. Empty. Just trees. Just silence. I slept badly that night. Every creak of the floorboards made me flinch. The next morning, I walked around the cabin. I was looking for branches that might have fallen, maybe something that could have made the sound. I found nothing. The roof was clear, and the ground was undisturbed. But I did notice something else. The boot prints from before, they were closer now. A fresh set, newer than the last. They started near the tree-line and ended just a few feet from the porch. I didn't go for my walk that day. Instead, I stayed close, kept the generator running, and tried to convince myself that I was imagining things, that I was just wound up from the quiet and letting my mind play tricks on me. But it didn't feel like that. That night, I heard the noise again. This time, it was more distinct. Footsteps on the porch. Not animals, not raccoons or deer. Real, slow, deliberate footsteps. I was in bed again under the blanket, flashlight in hand. I didn't dare move. I just listened. The steps moved across the porch, then paused near the window. I held my breath, waiting to hear glass crack or the door rattle, but it never came. Eventually, the footsteps moved away. I didn't sleep at all. When the sun came up, I stepped outside. The porch had fresh marks. Mud smeared on the boards and what looked like fingerprints on the side window. Smudged, but unmistakable. That was the moment I knew I wasn't alone out here. I started packing. I didn't care that I'd paid for 10 days. I just wanted to go. But the road out was narrow, and I had to be careful not to get stuck. I drove back slowly, constantly checking the mirror, expecting something to appear in the trees behind me. But halfway down the road, I found the tire spikes. Long strips of them stretched out just beyond a curve. Sharp metal teeth pointing upward. If I hadn't been crawling at 10 miles per hour, I would have run right over them. I stopped the car and got out. I stood there staring at them, trying to understand. These weren't fallen construction gear or trash. Someone put them there, on purpose. I pulled them off the road, tossed them into the trees, then drove back to the cabin. I should have turned around and left on foot, but part of me was frozen, paralyzed by the realization that someone had done this deliberately. Someone who knew I was out here, someone who didn't want me to leave. Back at the cabin, I stayed inside. I turned off the generator, kept low. I watched the windows, holding the flashlight like a weapon, though I knew it wouldn't do much good. That night was different. There weren't footsteps. There were whispers, not real words, just the low, crackling noise of someone breathing too close to a microphone. Except there was no microphone, just the sound of something just outside the walls, moving, stopping, moving again. At one point, I saw the beam of a flashlight cutting through the trees. Not mine, someone else's. Passed behind the outhouse, then vanished. I didn't move. I stayed curled in the far corner of the room, heart pounding so hard it felt like it would break my ribs. I didn't sleep. I barely breathed. The next morning, I found fresh boot prints. They went around the cabin, circled the shed, and disappeared back into the trees. I found a cigarette but near the steps, still warm when I picked it up. I made a plan. If I couldn't drive out, I'd walk. I had a pack, enough water for a day, and a GPS watch with a breadcrumb trail. I figured I could make it back to the main road in 10 hours if I pushed. I left the cabin just after noon. I took only what I needed and started walking, sticking to the trees, keeping low, avoiding the road. I figured whoever had blocked it might still be watching. The forest felt alive. Every crack of a branch sent a jolt through my chest. I kept moving. I didn't stop. I barely drank or ate, just walked. Fast, constantly checking behind me. By sunset, I reached a ridgeline and saw the glint of pavement through the trees. The main road, civilization. I thought I was safe, but that's when I heard the first shot. Cracked through the air like thunder. Not close, but not far either. I dropped flat and crawled behind a fallen log. I waited, ears straining. A second shot. This one closer. Not aimed at me, but a warning. Whoever it was, they knew I was out here. I didn't wait. I ran. I sprinted through the brush, scratched by branches, lungs burning. I didn't stop until I broke through the trees and onto the pavement. A car passed not long after. An old pickup, and I flagged it down, waving like a maniac. I didn't explain much, just asked for a ride. The driver looked me over, said nothing, and nodded. I didn't look back at the woods. Later, I called the sheriff from a payphone at a gas station 20 miles away. They sent someone to check the cabin, but they found nothing. No prints, no speak. I found the cabin by accident. It wasn't marked on any map I had, and I wasn't even supposed to be that far down the old logging road to begin with. It had rained for 2 days straight before I drove up there, and a landslide had closed off the trail I originally planned to hike. So instead, I turned onto a narrow dirt road that looked mostly abandoned, figuring I'd make do with what I had. My SUV rattled over potholes and deep washouts as I climbed the path. The trees hung heavy on both sides, dripping from the recent rain, and I kept the windows rolled up tight to keep the thick humidity out. I drove slowly for nearly an hour, further than I should have, until I noticed a small side trail that branched off sharply to the right. A rusted old metal gate sat beside it, lying on the ground with its hinges long rotted away. On a whim, I turned down it, tires grinding over mud and wet pine needles. A few 100 feet in, I saw the outline of a cabin. It sat in a little clearing, hidden by spruce and fir, half sunken into the ground on one side. The roof was intact, though sagging. One of the front windows had a board nailed across it. The door looked solid. There was an old water pump out front, and a rusted axe stuck in a stump that was nearly black from age. I stopped the car and just stared at it. There wasn't a sound. No wind, no birds, nothing. The air felt thick and still. I got out and walked around the place slowly, boots crunching on the gravel and wet needles. There was no sign of anyone, no footprints, no tire tracks except my own. The place looked forgotten, abandoned years ago, maybe decades, but the door was latched shut with a heavy steel hook, not just hanging open. That gave me pause. Still, I needed a place to crash. I had food in the cooler, and the nearest town was over 2 hours back the way I came. So I pried the door open with my crowbar, stepped inside, and looked around. It was dry. That was enough. The place smelled of old wood and dust. There were 2 rooms inside, one main area with a table and a small wood stove, and a back room with a rotted mattress frame and shelves lined with empty jars. A pile of firewood sat by the stove. There were spider webs in the corners, and a mouse darted into the wall as I stepped in. But it was shelter. I unpacked my things, rolled out my sleeping bag in the corner, and ate cold beans straight from the can. Night came quickly with the storm clouds still overhead. I sat on a wobbly chair, listening to the wind picking up outside, watching rain trickle down the dirty window pane. Then I went to sleep. The first night was quiet. A few creaks from the wood, some scratching in the walls, the usual sounds of an old place. I slept straight through until morning. It was the second night when things started to feel wrong. That morning, I went out early and hiked around the nearby woods. There were old logging roads crisscrossing the hills, most of them grown over with brush. I followed one for a while, then turned around when it disappeared into swamp. The forest was silent. No signs of other hikers, no birds even. I came back to the cabin by noon and noticed something odd right away. The axe was gone. It had been there the day before, stuck in the stump outside. I remember it clearly because I tried to pull it out and failed. The thing was buried deep and the metal was rusted through. Now it was gone, just the empty stump. There were no fresh footprints around it, but the ground was covered in pine needles, so it would have been easy to miss any signs. I walked a wide circle around the cabin, looking into the woods, trying to tell myself maybe I imagined it. But I didn't. The axe had been there. I stayed close to the cabin for the rest of the day. Cooked some food on the stove, kept my knife nearby, didn't leave anything outside. I told myself maybe a bear or raccoon dragged it off. Maybe it fell and rolled under the porch. But I didn't find it anywhere. That night, I lit a small fire in the stove and kept the lantern burning low. I lay in my sleeping bag with the knife beside me, not really sleeping, just listening. The cabin creaked as it cooled. Rain started again. I dozed off around midnight, and I woke up to the sound of footsteps. Not animal sounds, human ones, crunching lightly, slowly, circling the cabin. I held my breath and sat up. The fire had burned low, just embers now. The lantern was still on, casting a weak glow against the walls. I heard the sound again, careful steps like someone trying not to be heard. I grabbed the knife and crept to the window, staying low. I peeked through a crack in the board that covered the glass. Nothing, just darkness and rain and trees. The footsteps stopped. I waited for a long time, breathing slowly, ears straining. Nothing else came. I don't know how long I sat there, but eventually I crawled back to the sleeping bag, kept the knife gripped in my hand, and stared at the ceiling until morning. By daylight, everything looked normal again.
No footprints.
No broken branches. The axe still gone. I should have left then, but I didn't. I told myself it was an animal. Maybe my imagination. Maybe I just dreamed it. So I stayed another night. The third day was cold, windy. I tried hiking again, but the woods felt wrong. I kept looking over my shoulder, listening for sounds that weren't there. I gave up after an hour and went back to the cabin. When I returned, I noticed something else. The door was open. I'd latched it shut when I left, same heavy hook. Now it hung wide, swinging slightly in the wind. I stood in the clearing for a minute, staring at it. My car was untouched. Nothing seemed stolen, but something had been inside. I walked in slowly, knife in hand, looked around. Nothing moved, nothing missing. But on the floor by the stove, there were muddy footprints. Small ones, bare feet. The prints came from the door, stopped by the stove, and vanished. I followed them carefully. They ended at the corner where my sleeping bag was, and something had been moved. My flashlight, my pack, even my sleeping bag looked slightly different. I backed out of the cabin slowly, heart pounding, and sat in the car for over an hour with the doors locked. Rain tapped on the roof as I stared at the trees. No one came. When it started getting dark, I forced myself back inside. I moved everything into one corner of the cabin, put a chair against the door, and kept the knife in my lap. I didn't sleep that night. I sat and waited, and just after 2 a.m., I heard something on the roof. Not rain, movement, a heavy thump, then another, like someone crawling. I held the knife tighter and didn't move. I listened to whatever it was move slowly across the roof. I could hear the boards creaking under the weight. Then it stopped. Silence. Then 3 loud knocks on the roof directly above me. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. I just sat there, eyes wide, waiting. The knocks came again. slower this time, deliberate, then nothing. No footsteps, no sound of movement, just the wind. I waited until dawn before I opened the door and sprinted to the car. I drove for miles without stopping, all the way back down the logging road to the highway. I didn't sleep for 2 days after that. Later that week, I went back with a sheriff's deputy from the nearby town. We found the cabin empty, but there were signs, small footprints outside, too many to count. Bits of cloth caught in the trees, scratches on the inside of the door. The axe was never found. The deputy radioed it in and said the area had a history of squatters and people living off-grid. They never found anyone. I never went back, but I did some research afterward. Asked around the small towns near that part of the woods. Turns out, there had been stories. Missing hikers, strange sightings, abandoned campsites found with food left behind and gear untouched. No one ever talked about it much, just shrugged and said the woods were old and people got lost. But I know what I heard. I know someone was there. Not a ghost, not some creature, just a person. A person who lived out there, hidden in those woods, watching, waiting. And that's what still haunts me the most. That I stayed in that cabin, thinking I was alone, thinking I was safe. But the whole time, someone else was already there, watching me sleep, listening to me breathe. And I'll never forget the sound of those footsteps circling the cabin in the dark. I needed a break from everything. Work had been piling up, my phone never stopped buzzing, and I hadn't had a full night's sleep in weeks. So when a coworker mentioned a small off-grid cabin in the mountains that his cousin used to rent out, I jumped at it. He said the place hadn't been used in years, but the keys were still with him. It was an old hunting cabin, simple, quiet, and tucked far into the woods, about 3 hours from the nearest town. That sounded perfect to me. I didn't want luxury. I wanted silence. No emails, no traffic, no people. Just trees and cold mountain air. I packed light. Just some basic food supplies, a sleeping bag, warm clothes, a propane stove, and a small camping lantern. I brought my phone, but I figured there wouldn't be any service anyway. The drive out was long and winding, mostly uphill, and the last hour was on a dirt road so narrow that I had to slow to a crawl just to keep from bottoming out. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was low behind the mountains. The place looked exactly like what I had imagined. Wooden, dark brown siding, one small window in the front, and a heavy wooden door that looked like it had weathered decades of snow and storms. It was silent out there. I stepped out of the car, and all I could hear was wind moving through the trees. Not even birds, just wind and the distant creak of branches. I unlocked the door. The key fit, though I had to lean hard against the swollen doorframe to get it open. The inside smelled like old wood and dust. There was one room with a rusted wood stove in the corner, a small table, and a single bed with no mattress, just slats and some broken springs. A mouse scurried behind the stove when I stepped in. That didn't bother me. I set up my sleeping bag on the wooden slats and unpacked my gear. I boiled water on my little stove for instant noodles and sat on the floor to eat.
No distractions. No obligations.
Just me and a wall of pine trees outside. That first night, I slept better than I had in weeks. The second day, I woke up with the sun. I made oatmeal and coffee, walked around the area to get a sense of where I was. There was no trail, just forest. The cabin sat in a clearing maybe 50 feet wide, surrounded in every direction by tall, thick trees. Pines, mostly. I found an old outhouse about 30 yards behind the cabin, half collapsed and unusable. I dug a small pit nearby, the way I'd done on long hikes before, and set up a little area for bathroom use. Everything about the place made sense. It was old, but it was what I needed. That afternoon I read for hours, just lying in the sleeping bag with the light from the window falling across the pages. I felt peace I hadn't known in years. That night was colder, and I used my propane stove just for a little warmth. It wasn't much, but it was enough. The first strange thing happened on the third day. It was early, just after sunrise. I had stepped outside to stretch and walk a little before breakfast, and I saw something in the dirt near the tree line. Tracks. Not animal tracks. Boots. I stood still for a minute, staring down at them. They weren't mine. I had been wearing thick hiking boots with a very different sole pattern. These were different, more narrow, like work boots. The prints were deep. Someone heavy had walked through. I followed them with my eyes. They led from the trees to the side of the cabin and stopped there. They didn't go around the cabin. They didn't lead away, just in from the woods and ending at the wall. I felt a sudden tightness in my chest. I hadn't seen or heard anyone since I arrived. The cabin was 3 hours from town and miles off any main road. There were no houses out here, no trails.
No campsites.
Just forest. But someone had been here. Recently, I walked around the cabin slowly. I didn't see any other tracks, just that one set. I checked the trees but saw nothing. No movement, no sound. I waited, crouching, listening. Nothing. Back inside, I kept my propane stove off that night. I didn't want the glow from it seen through the window. I sat in the dark for hours, listening. Every creak in the walls, every gust of wind outside had my heart racing. I told myself it could have been an old track. Maybe someone had hiked through weeks ago. Maybe it was a hunter. But the ground was soft from snowmelt. The print edges were sharp. That track wasn't more than a day old. I barely slept that night. The next morning, I went back out and took a longer look around. I widened my circle, walking carefully through the trees in every direction. I didn't find anything. No signs of a camp.
No trash.
No more tracks, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I kept turning around, certain someone was watching. I saw nothing. I heard nothing. That night I locked the door. Not that it mattered. It was an old door, and the lock wouldn't stop anyone determined. I pushed the table in front of it too, just in case. I didn't cook. I didn't light anything. I sat there in my sleeping bag, in the dark, holding the only thing I had that might serve as a weapon. My small hatchet. The wind picked up around midnight. I could hear it moaning through the trees and shaking the cabin walls. At one point I heard a crack, a branch snapping somewhere outside. I held my breath, frozen in the dark, straining to listen. Nothing followed it, just wind. Sometime later I heard something else. A scrape, not wind. A dry scraping sound, like wood dragging against something, came from the back of the cabin. I didn't move. I sat there, barely breathing. The sound stopped after a few seconds. I didn't hear footsteps, just silence after that. The next morning, I went around the back of the cabin. There was nothing there, but near the wall, in the dirt, I found something that made my stomach tighten. A small nail, just an old, bent nail lying in the dirt, and a faint scrape mark on the siding fresh, cutting through the layer of old grime. Something had rubbed against the cabin wall that night, or someone. That's when I decided I wasn't staying the full week. I started packing my gear that afternoon. I still hadn't seen anyone, but I didn't care. I'd seen enough. That night, I kept everything packed. I planned to leave before sunrise. I didn't want to drive that road in the dark, but I wanted to be gone before whoever was out there came back. I barely slept again. I sat up most of the night with my back against the wall, staring at the door, and around 3 in the morning, I heard it. Not footsteps, not scraping, just the softest creak of the floorboards. Asterisk asterisk inside asterisk asterisk the cabin. I froze. My heart started pounding so hard I thought it would give me away. The room was pitch black. I hadn't lit anything, but something had moved, and it wasn't me. I waited. Nothing. I reached slowly for my lantern and clicked it on. The room was empty. I turned in every direction. Nobody. Nothing. But then I looked at the door. The table I had pushed in front of it had moved. Not a lot. Maybe an inch. But I remembered exactly where I had set it. And it was not where I left it. I looked at the window next. It was still latched. Still shut. No broken glass. No sign of entry. But I was done. I grabbed my bag, opened the door fast, and didn't look back. I threw everything in the car and started the engine. I didn't wait for the heater to kick in or the windows to defrost. I just drove. The sun came up about halfway back down the mountain. I didn't stop until I reached the main road. I drove straight to the nearest gas station, parked, and just sat there for a long time. I don't know what I saw or what I didn't see. I don't know if someone was messing with me or if I just cracked from being alone too long. But something was wrong at that cabin. Someone had been watching. Someone had been waiting. I told my coworker later that the place was falling apart, that it wasn't safe. I didn't say anything about what happened. I didn't want to sound paranoid. I didn't want to relive it. But 2 weeks later, I got curious. I looked up the property online just to see if there was any history behind it. And I found something. A forum post from 5 years ago. A hiker who had stayed at a remote cabin in that same part of the mountains. He said the place felt off. Said he'd heard things at night. Said when he left, he found his truck door unlocked even though he was sure he had locked it. He left early too. The last line of his post said, "It felt like someone lived out there, just far enough back in the trees to never be seen. I haven't gone back. I won't. That place is still up there, somewhere behind miles of trees. Still standing, still waiting. And I know, as sure as I know anything, that I wasn't alone." I had been looking for a break, something to clear my mind. I'd been working nonstop for over a year, barely taking a weekend off. The stress built up without me even realizing it. I didn't want a city. I didn't want people. I didn't want phone calls or notifications or emails. I just wanted quiet. I found a rental cabin through an old contact from college. It wasn't listed on any site. It was just a small, one-bedroom log cabin deep in the northern woods, near the border. He said it had no Wi-Fi, no service, and only the bare essentials. That was exactly what I wanted. The drive was long, mostly highway for the first several hours, then smaller roads, then gravel, and finally a narrow dirt trail that felt more like an old logging route than anything still in use. The tires of my SUV slipped in the damp mud. Branches brushed the sides of the car, and I passed no signs, no houses, nothing. For over 30 minutes, I didn't see a single man-made thing except the path ahead of me. When I finally saw the cabin, it was like it had been placed there decades ago and forgotten. It was surrounded by thick trees, the wood faded from years of weather, and the windows small and square. The porch sagged slightly on one side, and the steps creaked when I stepped on them, but it felt sturdy enough. There was a lockbox with the key. Inside, everything was exactly as I expected. Simple, old but clean. There was a small fireplace, a wooden table, 2 chairs, a couch that looked like it had been around since the 80s, and a single bed with wool blankets. There was no TV, no radio, and no cell service. Just silence. First, I loved it. I chopped some firewood with the small axe leaning beside the porch. I made a fire, heated a can of soup on the stove, and sat outside on the steps, listening to the wind. You could hear the trees moving, slow and steady, like they were alive. Sometimes a bird would chirp, or a branch would fall far off. But mostly it was just silence. That first night I slept hard. Maybe the clean air, maybe the quiet. I hadn't felt that rested in a long time. The second day I hiked a little. There wasn't a marked trail, but I followed a game trail for about an hour. I saw deer tracks, what I thought were bear prints, and once some old bones, small ones, maybe a fox or something similar. I brought a backpack with water and a sandwich and sat by a fallen tree eating while watching the sun move across the trees. When I came back, the cabin looked just the way I left it. Door locked, windows shut, nothing strange. That night, I lit the fireplace again and read a paperback I had brought. I slept early. It was the third night when I started to notice something off. I woke up around 2 a.m. No reason. It wasn't a dream. I just woke up. The fire had gone out, and the cabin was cold. I sat up to get another blanket when I noticed something. Felt like the air had changed, like someone had just opened a door, even though everything was shut. I checked the front door. Still locked. Same with the windows. I told myself it was just nerves, or maybe a draft I hadn't noticed before. I didn't think much of it. But the next morning, I noticed something small, just barely out of place. The axe I had left on the porch was leaning against the wall now instead of the railing. I didn't remember doing that. I told myself I probably did it without thinking. That day, I walked in a different direction.
No trals.
Just wandered into the trees, marking my path with strips of bright orange tape from a roll I had in my pack. The forest was dense, thicker than it looked at first. At one point, I found what looked like an old campsite, a fire ring made of stones, half buried. No recent use, some old beer cans rusting in the dirt. It looked like it had been abandoned years ago. I moved on. When I got back to the cabin, the front door was open. Not wide open, just slightly ajar. I stopped walking when I saw it. I stood there in the trees, just staring. I had locked it. I was sure. I always locked it. I approached slowly, not making a sound. I didn't hear anything inside. I stepped up to the door, listening. Silence. I pushed it open with my foot and stepped in. Everything looked the same. Nothing missing. Nothing moved. But I checked the windows again. Still shut. Still locked from the inside. The back door locked too. I stood in the middle of the room for a while, just listening. My own heartbeat felt loud. I felt something in my stomach, like I had swallowed a stone. I walked outside, around the cabin, looked for tracks or signs. The ground was hard in most places, damp, but not muddy enough to hold prints. I thought maybe I hadn't closed the door tight, and the wind pushed it open. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept thinking I heard things outside. A crack of a branch, a thud, something soft brushing against the wall. But I didn't see anything when I looked out the window, just dark shapes of trees, shadows moving with the wind. I kept the fire going all night. I sat in the bed with my back against the wall, eyes open, waiting for morning. The next day, I wanted to shake it off. I told myself it was all in my head. I hiked again, longer this time, going deeper. But something was bothering me. I couldn't stop turning around to check behind me. I couldn't stop feeling like someone was out there, just past the trees, watching. That night, I locked the door with the deadbolt, jammed a chair under the handle, and stacked firewood in front of it. I did the same with the back door, even though I hadn't used it once. I closed every curtain, lit a single candle, and sat in the middle of the room listening. At 1:27 a.m., I heard a knock, not on the door, on the window, just one, soft, then nothing. I froze. I didn't move for what felt like a full minute. Then I stood up and stepped toward the window slowly. I didn't pull the curtain back. I just stood there, heart pounding. I waited. 10 minutes passed. Nothing. I went back to the chair and sat down. At 2:11 a.m., I heard it again, but from the back window. Same knock, same sound. I didn't sleep that night. When the sun came up, I went outside with the axe. I looked around the cabin. I walked a full circle. That's when I saw it. Footprints. Several of them. They weren't mine. I hadn't gone back there. They were barefoot. Barefoot. Someone had walked barefoot through the woods behind my cabin in the night. The prints were deep, adult-sized, at least 2 different sets. They led into the trees. I backed up and went inside, locked the door again, and packed my bag. I didn't care if I had more days left. I was done. I wanted out. I loaded everything into the car and started the engine. But the trail was blocked. At the far end of the dirt path, maybe 100 yards down, it was blocked by a tree. Not a fallen tree. A tree that had been cut, clean through. It had been dragged across the path. I stopped the car and got out. I looked at the cut. It was fresh, maybe a day old. It was done with a handsaw or an axe. The bark around the cut was still wet, still sappy. I walked back to the cabin slowly, every part of my body alert. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't make a fire. I didn't turn on any lights. I sat in the dark with the axe beside me, listening. At 3:12 a.m., I heard breathing, right outside the window. Not an animal. Human. Low, slow, steady breathing. I held my breath. I waited. Then footsteps. Soft, careful. Then silence. I waited until the sun came up, then ran to the car and tried the trail again. I drove into the tree at full speed, hoping to push it aside. It moved. Not much, but enough. I got around it, scraping the side of the SUV against a trunk, and didn't stop driving until I reached a town almost 3 hours away. At the gas station, I asked if anyone knew who lived out by the trail. The guy behind the counter just shook his head, said no one lived out that far, said the land belonged to the state. I told him I had stayed in the cabin. He frowned and asked which one. I gave him a rough description. He looked at me like I was making it up, said no one had rented or built anything that deep in years. I called my old college contact later that day. He said he hadn't been out there in over 5 years. Said he thought the cabin had been torn down after a wildfire. Said he'd only mentioned it as a joke. I still don't know who was out there. I don't know how long they had been watching, or how many of them there were, but they had no shoes, they had no tools, and they never made a sound. I rented a small cabin deep in the mountains of northern Idaho for 2 weeks last fall. It wasn't something I planned for long. I just needed to get away from people for a bit. I'd been working remotely since the pandemic and hadn't been around more than a couple people at a time for over a year. First, it was nice, quiet, less stress, but then the silence started to feel like pressure on my chest. I thought maybe getting even further out would help reset my head. I found the place online. It wasn't advertised as a vacation spot. It was more like a work cabin for hunting or logging, but it had a small wood stove, a basic kitchen, a bed, and a solar setup that could keep my laptop and phone charged. That was all I needed. There was no cell reception, but the satellite Wi-Fi could handle emails. No one knew me there, and no one I knew was going to visit. I packed my stuff in 2 large duffel bags, tossed them in the back of my old Forester, and drove out. The last 30 miles were on a single-lane dirt road full of switchbacks and potholes. It took me almost 2 hours to get through the last stretch. I saw maybe 1 car parked at a trailhead the whole time. The cabin sat on a small patch of land surrounded by thick trees. It had no neighbors, at least not within walking distance. On one side, there was a steep slope that led down to a dry riverbed. On the other, the woods grew so dense and tangled you couldn't see 10 feet into them. A narrow footpath ran from the road to the front steps, and I had to carry my bags in one at a time since I couldn't get the car closer than the clearing. Inside, the cabin was simple. 1 room, wood walls that were dry and cracked in places, a cot-style bed in the corner with a thin mattress. A steel pipe poked through the ceiling from the wood stove, and there were 2 small windows. One looked out toward the slope and the other faced the woods. No curtains, just a rod with a torn piece of fabric tied to it. It smelled like dust and old firewood. I settled in quickly, unpacked, swept the floor, tested the faucet. Cold water from a buried tank that needed to be pumped by hand. I turned the solar battery on and checked the signal. It was weak, but I could send messages. There was a guest logbook in one of the drawers. Most of the entries were old, a few from 10 or 15 years ago, mostly hunters. The most recent one was dated almost a year ago. I didn't think much of it. The first 2 days were quiet. I spent them walking the woods, taking short hikes up the ridge, watching the wind move through the pine trees. I read a lot, slept early. The wind blew hard some nights and knocked branches against the roof, but that didn't bother me. What did bother me started on the 3rd night. I had just gotten into bed after stoking the fire. The night was cold enough that I could see my breath. I lay there for maybe 30 minutes, listening to the creaks of the wood. Then I heard something different. It sounded like footsteps just outside the cabin. Not fast or loud, just the crunch of boots on dried pine needles. I held my breath and sat up slowly. I waited. Nothing. After a while, I convinced myself it was an animal. Maybe a deer, maybe something heavier, but I didn't have any food outside, and the trash was in a locked bin by the path. Still, it was enough to keep me awake. The next morning, I checked the area around the cabin. I found some disturbed pine needles in a line, almost like a path that curved behind the cabin toward the slope. I couldn't see any clear footprints, though. The ground was too dry. I shrugged it off. That night, I made sure to bolt the door and push a chair under the handle. I kept the hatchet next to the bed. Again, I heard something. This time it was later, maybe around 2 or 3 in the morning. I couldn't see a clock, but I hadn't been asleep long. I heard something creak outside, wood like the front steps. I sat up, heart racing. There it was again. One creak, then another. It stopped. Then I heard what sounded like a soft scrape. Something metal against wood, like someone dragging something across the porch. I didn't move for a long time, just stared at the front door and waited. I thought about opening the window and yelling, but I didn't want to give away that I was alone, or even that I was awake. Eventually, after what felt like hours, it got quiet again. I don't think I slept at all after that. In the morning, I opened the door carefully and looked at the porch. There were faint marks, long, curved scrapes across the wood, too wide for an animal. Maybe someone had been dragging a piece of pipe or a tool. Couldn't tell. There were no footprints again. I thought about leaving. I had enough fuel in the car to make it back to town. But part of me didn't want to believe it was anything serious. Maybe a passing hiker. Maybe someone confused about the cabin being empty. I told myself I was overreacting. I stayed one more night. Before I went to bed, I turned the lights off early and sat in the dark with my ear to the wall. I waited for hours. Around 1 a.m., I heard it again. This time it wasn't on the porch. It was behind the cabin. I heard something hit the outside wall soft, like a dull thud. Then a scrape like a fingernail or a stick dragging downward. Then another thud. Then silence. I froze. Then I heard something I still can't explain. It sounded like breathing. Heavy, slow breathing just outside the wall. Not close to the window, just off to the side of the cabin where I didn't have a view. I sat there for hours, barely moving. By morning, I'd made my decision. I packed my bags and loaded them up. I was going to leave. Before I left, I walked once around the back of the cabin to look at the wall. I saw something that made my stomach twist. There were marks in the wood, thin, almost like knife scores, 6 or 7 long, straight lines carved into the outer wall about waist-high. They weren't there before. I got in the car and drove out without eating breakfast. The dirt road was rough, but I kept my foot on the gas. I made it 10 miles before I had to slow down for a bend. That's when I saw something in the trees. It was just off the road. Tarp. A blue tarp pulled tight between 2 trees, half hidden by brush. There were ropes and what looked like tools underneath. I didn't stop. I didn't want to know. Back home, I tried to forget about it. A week later, I got an email from the listing owner. She was older, said she'd inherited the cabin from her father. She apologized for not mentioning that someone had broken into it years ago, said there had been some damage but no one had used it since. She had assumed everything was fine because no one had booked it in over a year. I didn't reply. It's been months now. I still think about it. Not just the noises or the scratches, but the feeling I had on that last night. The sense that someone had been watching me for days. Not from the trees, but from somewhere much closer. Somewhere inside the woods where I couldn't see. Sometimes I wonder if they were living out there the whole time. Maybe I wasn't the one renting the cabin. Maybe I was the visitor. I rented a small cabin in the mountains of northern Idaho, far from town. The plan was to stay there alone for 2 weeks. I wanted to disconnect from everything, no phone, no internet, no noise. I brought everything I needed: dry food, water containers, warm clothes, a propane heater, and basic tools. The cabin had no electricity or plumbing. It was deep in the forest, at the end of a narrow dirt road that looked like it hadn't been used in years. The cabin itself was simple. 1 room, a small wood stove, a cot with a foam mattress, a table, and a few old chairs. The wood creaked when I walked across the floor. The windows were foggy and stained. The smell inside was of old pine and mildew, but it wasn't terrible. There was a shed a few feet away where firewood and some tools were stored. No one else was around for miles. The first day was quiet. I unpacked my supplies, checked the shed, and gathered kindling. I sat on the front step and watched the trees sway in the wind. No sounds except birds and the occasional branch cracking. It was what I wanted. I made a small fire in the stove before it got dark, ate a simple dinner, and read a paperback book by flashlight. When I turned off the light, the darkness was absolute. My eyes never adjusted. I lay in bed and listened to the sounds outside. Wind, the scrape of tree limbs on the roof, and sometimes a rustle in the leaves. At around 2 in the morning, I woke up suddenly. I didn't know why. I lay still, listening. There was a sound outside, not animals, not wind. It was slower, like footsteps, but inconsistent. I held my breath. It was hard to tell how close it was. The cabin wasn't insulated, so sound traveled easily. Then it stopped. I waited. I didn't hear it again. After a long time, I drifted back to sleep. The next day, I tried to brush it off. Probably just an animal. Maybe a deer or a bear. Still, I found myself looking around more than usual. I hiked a bit up the ridge behind the cabin, following a game trail. The trees grew thick, and the ground was covered in dead leaves. I walked for about an hour and then came back. Everything seemed normal. That night, I fell asleep quickly. The fire had warmed the place better. But I woke up again around the same time. This time, I heard a soft crunching noise, like someone stepping slowly on dry leaves. It moved around the cabin, not fast, just steady. I stayed still, heart pounding. Stopped near the window, and I swear I heard breathing. Not an animal panting, but a slow exhale. Then it moved again around the corner of the cabin, then silence. In the morning, I checked outside. There were no footprints, just frozen dirt and leaves. But I noticed something strange. The handle to the shed door was turned all the way down. I always kept it up. It was one of those old metal handles that clicked into place. I tested it. It didn't move easily. You had to grip it tight. I didn't go into the shed. I just stared at it for a while, then walked back to the cabin. The rest of the day, I felt tense. I kept checking the tree-line. I even laid some sticks in a wide arc around the cabin. Small, thin branches that would snap if someone stepped on them. I figured if something walked near the cabin again, I'd hear it. That night, I stayed awake, sitting in the dark with my flashlight off. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard it again. Footsteps, slower this time, like whoever it was knew I was listening. They paused often. Then I heard one of the sticks snap. Then another. They were closer now, maybe 10 feet from the wall. My skin went cold. I had a small hatchet I brought for chopping kindling. I held it in my hand and kept still. Then something touched the cabin wall. A soft thud, like a palm against the wood. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. After a while, it went quiet again. I sat there until the sun came up, still holding the hatchet. I checked around the cabin again at first light. No clear tracks, but the sticks were disturbed. I saw 2 broken ones and 1 missing. I found it a few feet away. It didn't look like it had just fallen or rolled. It looked tossed. I told myself I had 2 choices: leave or stay and try to find out what was going on. My truck was parked about a quarter mile down the dirt road. I had parked it there because the road to the cabin was too rough. I walked to the truck to check on it. Everything looked fine, no damage, no signs of tampering. Back at the cabin, I stayed inside most of the day. I didn't hike. I kept the fire going and tried to stay calm. That night, I went to bed early but didn't sleep. I kept the hatchet next to me again. Around 2 a.m., I heard something new. Not footsteps, something sliding. A dragging sound. It moved slowly from the back of the cabin around toward the shed. Then silence. Then I heard the shed door creak. I hadn't locked it. I told myself I should go out there with the flashlight and confront whoever or whatever it was. But I didn't move. I just stayed in the dark, my heart racing. Nothing else happened until dawn. When I checked the shed, nothing seemed out of place, except one thing. My long-handled splitting maul was missing. It was heavy, not the kind of thing someone would take without a reason. I searched the area but didn't find it. It had been leaning against the far wall the day before. Now it was gone. That afternoon, I packed my gear. I was going to leave. I loaded everything into my backpack and walked to the truck. But when I got there, the rear tire was flat. Not just low, completely flat. I looked closer. A small, clean cut near the sidewall. A knife had done it. Not a rock or a puncture, a deliberate cut. I had a spare, but I started to worry. If someone had done that, they could come back and do more. I swapped the tire quickly and drove the truck up to the cabin instead of walking back. It was rough, but I forced it. I didn't want to be stuck down the road again. I stayed in the truck that night. I locked the doors and kept the hatchet beside me. Around 3 a.m., I heard something hit the rear of the truck. A hard thump, then nothing. I waited, then another thump, this time near the driver's door. I looked through the window but saw only darkness. Then something scraped against the door, slowly, like metal on metal. I turned the key and started the engine. The sound stopped. I turned on the headlights and saw nothing. I didn't sleep after that. At sunrise, I got out and looked at the truck. There were 2 long scratches along the driver's side door. Not deep, but deliberate. I checked around the cabin one last time. The shed was empty now, tools gone. I didn't understand why. Why take the tools but leave everything else? I left that morning, driving slow down the rough trail until I reached the main road. I didn't stop until I was 20 miles away. I found a gas station and told the clerk there'd been some vandalism at a remote cabin. He just shrugged and said it happened sometimes out there. I didn't go back. 2 weeks later, I got a call from the owner of the cabin. I had left my contact info when I booked it. He said someone had broken into the place. The door had been kicked in. The shed was empty. He asked if I knew anything. I said no, but I told him I heard strange sounds while I was staying there. He said people sometimes squat in those woods. Hunters, drifters, even escaped inmates. It wasn't the first time something like that had happened. A month after that, I got a letter. No return address, just a folded piece of paper inside. No words, just a picture drawn in pencil. It was a sketch of the cabin, viewed from the woods, like someone had been watching from the trees. My truck was in the drawing, and so was I. A figure stood by the shed, holding a long-handled axe. I burned the letter and never went back to Idaho. I had no good reason to be out there. That's the truth. It wasn't some life-changing retreat or a big find myself thing. It wasn't for work. It wasn't even about peace and quiet. I just wanted something different for a weekend. I didn't want to hear traffic or my neighbor's dogs or be anywhere near my phone. I wanted silence. And when I found the listing online for an old logger's cabin out near a dried-out riverbed in the Idaho Panhandle National Forest, it just felt right. The photos were old and grainy, probably taken with a flip phone, and it looked like the cabin hadn't seen much use in years. It was made of aged pine, with a rusted tin roof and a sagging porch. But the price was cheap, the directions were clear enough, and I liked the idea that there was no cell reception out there. The owner warned me in the listing that it was isolated, 30 miles from any paved road, and another few miles by foot from the nearest gravel turnoff. That didn't bother me. If anything, it made it more appealing. I packed light, just a backpack with a change of clothes, some freeze-dried meals, a water filter, and a solar-powered flashlight. I brought a hatchet, some rope, a multi-tool, and my big old hunting knife. More for comfort than anything else. I'd camped alone dozens of times before. I didn't bring a gun. I'd always believed if you don't go looking for trouble in the woods, it usually doesn't find you. But I've changed my mind since then. I parked my car on the shoulder of a forgotten dirt road late Friday afternoon and hiked in the last few miles. The trail wasn't really a trail, just a faint path winding through ferns and undergrowth, mostly reclaimed by nature. I followed the handwritten map that came with my booking confirmation and, after about 2 hours of steady hiking, I found the cabin. It looked even older in person. The wood was gray from decades of sun and rain, and moss had taken over one whole wall. The roof had patches of rust, and one of the porch steps gave out under my foot as I climbed it. The door creaked loud as hell when I opened it, but the hinges held. Inside, it was musty and cool, with a thick smell of old pine, dust, and thyme. The inside was bare bones. A wooden table, 2 chairs, a wood-burning stove, a cot in the corner with a thin mattress, and a single window on each wall. There were no curtains, no electric lights, no running water, and no sign of any recent visitors. A shelf held a few old cans of food with faded labels, and an empty tin for matches. I found a metal bucket near the stove that I figured was for hauling water. A pile of firewood was stacked outside, gray and damp but usable. I unpacked, hung my gear on a hook by the door, and lit a fire in the stove. Took some work with the flint and steel, but the flame caught. Soon the room was warm and cast in a flickering orange light. The wind picked up outside as the sun dropped. No cars, no voices, no buzz of power lines. Just trees creaking, a few birds calling in the distance, and the low crackle of the fire. I was alone and it felt good, peaceful, still, but something kept nagging at me. Nothing loud, just a low discomfort I couldn't name. I brushed it off as nerves. I was in an unfamiliar place, far from help. That's normal to feel uneasy. I told myself to stop being soft and enjoy the quiet. The first night passed with nothing unusual. I ate one of my meals cold, read a book until I couldn't keep my eyes open, and crawled into the cot under my sleeping bag. I woke up once to the sound of something moving outside, maybe an elk or a raccoon. I sat up and listened for a while. The movement stopped. I fell back asleep. Saturday morning, I hiked about a mile to the riverbed. The water was low, just a trickle cutting through the smooth stones. I filtered some water, filled my canteen, and watched a hawk circle overhead. I spent the day exploring. No trails, just walking through the trees, taking in the moss-covered logs and thick brush. I found an old deer stand nailed into a tree, nearly rotted through. No signs of recent hunting, no boot prints,
No trash.
no signs of anyone. But around mid-afternoon, I came across something strange. I'd been heading east, following a shallow gully, when I noticed a bit of plastic caught in a bush. At first I thought it was trash, maybe a candy wrapper or a piece of a tarp. But when I got closer, I saw it was a corner of a black plastic garbage bag. It was twisted up and jammed into the brush like someone had shoved it there. I pulled it free. It was torn open, empty, but stained dark on the inside. The plastic was crusted stiff with something brownish. I dropped it without thinking. At that moment, I noticed how quiet it had gotten. No wind, no birds, just my own breathing. I looked around. The trees were dense, the ground damp. I had a good sense of direction, but still I felt turned around. That low discomfort came back, a little sharper now. I started back toward the cabin. On the way, I kept catching shapes out of the corner of my eye. Stumps, branches, shadows. Nothing was following me, but I didn't like being out there anymore. I moved faster, watching the trees. By the time I got back, it was late afternoon and the sky was already fading. I didn't eat much. I just lit the fire and sat at the table trying to read, but I couldn't focus. Every time the fire popped, I jumped. I kept glancing at the window, even though I knew I wouldn't see anything. Still, I didn't like that the cabin had no curtains. I didn't like sitting there lit up while the woods outside turned black. That night, I didn't sleep much. I woke up around midnight to a sound I couldn't explain. Not an animal, not wind, something sharp, something human. It was a metallic clink, just once, like metal hitting metal, quiet, but close. I sat up in the dark, barely breathing. The fire had gone out, and the cabin was pitch black. I clicked on my flashlight and swept it around the room. Nothing. I held still, listening. Then I heard it again. A soft clink, followed by a faint thud. Outside, near the back of the cabin. I stood, pulled on my boots, and stepped toward the window. I turned off the flashlight, not wanting to give away my position. I waited. 10 seconds. 20. I didn't hear it again. Then I saw something move between the trees. Just a shadow, quick, low to the ground, slipping from one trunk to another. I froze. My heart hammered in my chest. It was too big to be a raccoon, too slow to be a deer. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat in the corner with my knife, waiting for the first sign of light. Every now and then, I thought I heard something, twigs snapping, footsteps maybe, but it never got close again. At sunrise, I stepped outside. The ground was damp with dew. I circled the cabin. First, I didn't see anything. Then I found a boot print in the mud behind the cabin. It was recent, clear, not mine. The heel was worn, deep tread, a work boot. Someone had been standing out there, maybe just a few hours before. I packed my bag right then. I didn't care about the refund. I just wanted out. I left the cabin unlocked, hiked out as fast as I could, and made it back to my car by mid-afternoon. The whole way back, I kept checking over my shoulder. I never saw anyone, but I knew someone had been out there. I should have left it at that. But a week later, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I told myself I'd imagined it. I told myself it was probably a hunter or someone squatting nearby. But that didn't explain the garbage bag, or the boot print, or the movement in the trees. So I called the county sheriff and asked if anyone else had reported anything strange near that area. He didn't say much, just told me the land was private and not patrolled often. Then he asked for the exact coordinates of the cabin. I gave them. There was a pause, then he said, "We'll look into it," and hung up. 2 weeks later, I got a call from a different number. It was a forest ranger. He asked me what I saw. I told him everything. He was quiet for a long time, then said, "That cabin's not supposed to be rented out. It's condemned. Has been for years." I asked him what he meant. He told me the logging company that owned the land went under in the 90s, and the cabins were supposed to be dismantled. Some weren't. Most fell apart. But a few, like the one I stayed in, got picked up by squatters, drug runners, worse. He said they found signs someone had been living near there. Not recently, but long enough to leave traces. Burn pits, animal bones, plastic wrap, ropes. And that wasn't all. A few miles east of the cabin, they found a shallow grave, mostly decomposed. No ID, just remains in a trash bag. They didn't say who it was. I don't think they ever found out. But the ranger told me I got lucky. Real lucky. I haven't been camping since. And that cabin is gone now. Burned down a few days after they closed the case. They said it was lightning, but it hadn't rained all week. I wanted to get away from everything for a while. Work was piling up. My phone never stopped buzzing. I hadn't slept properly in weeks, so I found a cabin up in the mountains of northern Idaho. Remote, quiet, no neighbors for miles. I booked it for 10 days and told my coworkers I'd be off-grid. I wasn't bringing a laptop, and my phone would stay off. Just the woods, my thoughts, and maybe some long hikes if the weather held. The drive up was rough. After I left the paved road, I had to crawl along a narrow dirt path that wound between thick pines and sharp drops. The air was cold but dry, and snow was still packed tight on the ground in places. My tires slipped a few times, and once I had to stop and clear branches that had fallen over the trail. I didn't mind. I liked the feeling of isolation. I liked knowing no one else was around. The cabin was just as described, small, old, and tucked into a clearing surrounded by trees. It had a slanted roof covered in dark green shingles, a tiny front porch with 2 chairs, and a black metal chimney sticking up from one corner. The only thing out of place was a pile of firewood someone had stacked beside the door. I hadn't asked for that, but I figured the owner must have done it ahead of time. I parked my SUV close to the porch and unloaded my gear, food, sleeping bag, hiking boots, flashlight, first aid kit, and some books I'd been meaning to read. The first night was peaceful. I started a fire in the wood stove and made a simple meal, beans, some crackers, and jerky. Outside, the wind pushed against the trees, and the logs snapped and popped as the flames grew. I sat in one of the wooden chairs and listened to the sounds of the forest. No cars, no people, just the wind and the creak of the old wood cabin. I slept hard that night. The next few days were exactly what I wanted. I'd wake up, make breakfast, then spend hours walking through the trees. I brought a compass and marked my routes carefully. I wasn't an idiot. I knew how easy it was to get lost out here. There were no trails, no signage, just dense woods, hills, and the occasional animal track in the snow. I saw deer, birds, and once a fox that darted away when it saw me. Around the 4th day, something strange happened. I was outside stacking some logs near the side of the cabin when I heard a buzzing sound overhead. At first I thought it was a large insect, but then I looked up and saw a drone hovering about 20 feet above the treetops. It was small, maybe the size of a shoebox, and dark gray with a blinking red light on its front. It was just sitting there, unmoving, almost directly above me. I stood still and stared up at it. I hadn't brought any electronics with me, and I hadn't told anyone exactly where the cabin was. I watched it for maybe 15 seconds before it slowly drifted backward, over the trees, and disappeared from view. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe someone was testing it, flying it from a distant house or road. But I hadn't seen a single person or car in days. No planes overhead. No sign of hunters or hikers. I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't an accident that the drone had found me. That night, I didn't sleep as well. I kept waking up and checking out the window. I didn't see or hear anything else, but my mind wouldn't settle. I kept replaying the way the drone had hovered directly above me like it was watching. The next morning, I didn't go for a hike. I stayed close to the cabin and tried to relax. I chopped more firewood, swept out the porch, and even reread some chapters of an old paperback I'd brought. Around 2 p.m., I went out back to dump the scraps from my lunch. That's when I saw it again, another drone, or maybe the same one. It was lower this time, maybe 10 feet above the treeline, and it was moving slowly from side to side, almost like it was scanning. I backed into the cabin, trying not to make noise, and shut the door. I pulled the curtain back just a crack and watched it for almost a full minute. Then it moved off again, just like before, silent except for the faint buzzing. This time, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. A tight, hot pressure in my chest, like something was very wrong and there was nothing I could do about it. I sat down in the cabin and tried to calm myself, but my thoughts kept spinning. Who was flying it? How did they know I was here? And why the hell were they watching? That evening, I gathered my gear and walked out to the edge of the clearing, just where the woods thickened. I stood still for a long time, looking and listening. The wind had died down. There were no birds, no rustling, just dead silence. I walked a few yards into the woods and saw boot prints. Not mine. They were too wide and the tread was different. I wear lightweight hikers with a narrow sole. These were bigger, deeper, probably from someone heavier. I followed them slowly, careful not to snap branches or disturb the snow. They led away from the cabin downhill in a crooked path. After maybe 20 minutes, I saw something between the trees. A black plastic case, about the size of a backpack. It was half buried under pine needles and snow, but it looked deliberate, like someone had placed it there, not dropped it. I didn't touch it. I knelt down and looked closer. There were wires running out of the sides, and I could see the edge of a small screen on one side. My first thought was explosives, but the screen didn't look like a timer. It looked more like a monitor. I left it there and backed out the way I came, checking behind me every few steps. I didn't sleep at all that night. I didn't light a fire. I kept my flashlight in my hand and sat in the corner of the cabin where I could see both the front door and the side window. I left at sunrise. I didn't pack anything. I just grabbed my keys and drove, but I didn't make it far. About 2 miles down the trail, I saw a tree had been dropped across the road. Not fallen, dropped. The cuts were clean, angled, like someone had taken a chainsaw to it. I got out and tried to move it, but it was too big. I walked a short distance into the woods on either side, trying to see if there was any way around it, but the ground dropped steeply on both sides. I had no choice but to walk back. When I got to the cabin, I took stock. I needed a plan. There was no cell service. No one knew where I was. I had food, water, warm clothes, and a decent first aid kit. The cabin had a rifle mounted above the door, an old lever action, probably a .30-30. I checked it. It was dusty but oiled. I found 4 rounds in a drawer under the sink. I spent the next 2 days on high alert. No fire, no lights at night. I barely moved during the day. Once I saw a flicker of movement through the trees. A man, maybe in dark clothing. He was too far to make out details, but I know what I saw. He wasn't carrying a weapon, at least not visibly, but he didn't move like a hiker. He moved slowly, pausing often, scanning the trees. He was looking for something, or someone. The drones came back that night. This time, there were 3 of them. They hovered low, buzzing loudly. One passed directly in front of the cabin window. I dropped to the floor and stayed there. The red lights blinked in and out as they passed through the trees. I started thinking about that case in the woods again. What was it monitoring? Were they recording me? Broadcasting? I made a decision. At first light, I geared up warm layers, gloves, water, and the rifle. I left the road behind and started hiking west, away from the cabin and the blocked trail. I figured if I kept going, I'd eventually hit a service road, a ranger station or something. Anything. I hiked all day, moving as quietly as I could. No fires. No rest longer than 10 minutes. Around dusk, I found a rocky outcrop and settled behind it for the night. I didn't sleep, just listened. Around midnight, I heard the drone again. It was faint but distinct, coming from the direction I'd come from. They were tracking me. I moved again at dawn. I kept moving for 2 more days, following a dry creek bed, then a ridgeline that seemed to slope toward civilization. On the 3rd day, I found a small logging road. No tire tracks, but it meant I was close. I followed it for 5 more hours before I saw a power line. I climbed a nearby hill and saw rooftops in the distance. Houses. I made it to a small town by nightfall. A gas station attendant gave me a ride to the sheriff's office after I explained briefly what happened. I didn't tell them everything, just enough. They nodded and said they'd check it out. I could tell they didn't really believe me. Who would? A few days later, I went back with 2 deputies. The cabin was empty, cleaned out. No firewood, no gear, no rifle. The case in the woods was gone. The tracks had been covered by a light snowfall. The sheriff said it looked like I imagined it. But I didn't. I know what I saw. I know I was followed. I know someone wanted me out there, alone, off-grid. And I know they were watching. I haven't been back since. I moved out of the city, got a place near other people, bought a few cameras for the house. And I never go anywhere now without telling someone exactly where I'm going. Because I still don't know who they were, or what they wanted. But they found me once. They could do it again. I was 33 when my life started to unravel quietly, the way an old shirt frays at the sleeves. It didn't happen all at once. It was a slow build, a growing weight I couldn't see, just feel. I had been working in a mid-sized design firm in Chicago for nearly a decade. I wasn't special in any way. I wasn't the top dog or the worst. I just did my job, went home, and repeated the cycle. Deadlines came faster each year. Clients became more demanding. Somewhere along the way, I stopped sleeping. I would lie in bed for hours, staring at the ceiling in my small apartment, my chest tight, waiting for something to give. One morning, I caught my reflection in the subway window. Pale skin, dark circles, and the hollow look of someone going through the motions. That day, I put in for an unpaid leave. I told my boss I needed to rest. He didn't argue. I think part of him expected it. That night, I went down a rabbit hole online looking for off-the-grid cabins. I didn't want a place near a lake with canoes and smiling people. I wanted isolation, somewhere far from the city, from noise, from everything. I found a listing on an old website. It was barely advertised. The photos were grainy. A wooden cabin, surrounded by trees, no neighbors for miles. It was in northern Minnesota, near a place called Redwater Ridge, which I had never heard of.
No Wi-Fi.
No phone signal. The guy who rented it didn't even ask many questions. He just told me how to pick up the keys from a lockbox nailed to a fence post off a gravel road. I packed my car with supplies, food for 2 weeks, a basic first aid kit, tools, a knife, my boots, a couple of books, and warm clothes. I didn't bring my laptop. I wanted to feel empty, stripped down. The drive took nearly 10 hours. As I left the main roads, the world changed. Towns grew smaller, then vanished. Gas stations became rare. By the time I reached the last dirt road leading into the woods, my tires were covered in thick brown dust. The trees on either side leaned in as if trying to keep me out. Eventually, I reached the fence post. The lockbox was rusted but still worked. Inside were 2 old metal keys, one for the cabin and one for the tool shed. The cabin wasn't big, just one level built from faded logs. It had a front porch with 2 broken chairs and a metal pail with rainwater in it. Inside, it smelled like old wood, damp earth, and ash. The air was cool. There was a cast iron stove in one corner, a sink with a water pump, and a mattress on a wooden platform against the back wall. No bathroom, just an outhouse 50 feet into the woods, a path marked by stones. I unpacked slowly. The silence was the first thing I noticed. Not quiet, asterisk silent star. No traffic, no hum of electricity, not even birds at first. Just wind, leaves, and the occasional groan of the cabin settling. The first couple of days were peaceful. I chopped wood in the mornings, read in the afternoons, and took slow walks through the forest. The trail behind the cabin led down a slope into a ravine. I followed it once all the way to the base, where I found a stream running over smooth rocks. I washed my face there, the water colder than I expected. It shocked me awake. At night, I sat on the porch wrapped in a blanket, listening. Sometimes I heard owls or the rustling of small animals. Once, I heard something heavier, something stepping on dry twigs, but I couldn't see anything. On the 5th day, I noticed something strange. While walking back from the stream, I saw a tree with markings on it. They weren't natural. 3 horizontal cuts, deep and deliberate, stacked on top of each other. Not made by an animal. They looked old, dry bark curled at the edges, but something about them felt intentional. I assumed it was some kind of forestry marker and kept walking. The next day, I noticed another marked tree, this one closer to the cabin, the same 3 slashes. I tried to remember if I had passed it before. Maybe I had missed it. By the 7th day, I wasn't sleeping well. It wasn't nightmares. It was a sense of being watched, like the silence around the cabin had changed. There were fewer animal sounds at night. One morning, I found fresh footprints in the dirt near the back of the cabin. Not boot prints, bare feet. Large, white, toes spread like someone walking slowly, carefully. I bent down and studied them. The edges were sharp. They hadn't been there the night before. That day, I checked all the windows and locked the door. I kept the knife near the mattress. I told myself it was probably a hunter or someone camping illegally. The woods were big. People wandered. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever it was wasn't passing through. The next morning, I walked the perimeter of the clearing around the cabin. I found more footprints. They circled the place in wide loops, then narrowed. One set led directly to the outhouse and back. Another curved toward the tool shed. I unlocked the shed and checked inside. Nothing was missing, but it smelled different, like wet soil and sweat. The scent hung in the air. On day 9, something changed. I woke to the sound of wood creaking, slow, deliberate. Not from the cabin, from outside. I got up, knife in hand, and looked through the gap in the curtain. The porch was empty, but a long shadow stretched across it, even though the sun hadn't fully risen. I waited. Nothing moved. After breakfast, I decided to leave early. I packed my bag, loaded the car, and turned the ignition. Nothing. The engine didn't even click. I popped the hood, not that I knew much about engines. The battery cables were disconnected. I reattached them, but the car still wouldn't start. My phone had no signal, just like before. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the lantern on and sat on the floor near the door, watching the shadows move across the walls. Around 2 a.m., I heard breathing, just outside, heavy, measured. It stayed for several minutes, then moved away. I stayed inside all of day 10. Around noon, I heard chopping, like an axe striking wood. Not close, but not far either. I hadn't chopped any trees that deep in the woods. I waited until it stopped, then grabbed my knife and walked toward the sound. I moved slowly, carefully. About a quarter mile from the cabin, I found something that made my stomach twist. A wooden post, driven into the ground, with my name carved into it. Not etched neatly, scratched in over and over again. The letters jagged and uneven. Below it, hanging from a nail, was my flannel shirt. The one I thought I had left in the shed. It was clean, folded, placed with care. I backed away and didn't stop until I was back inside the cabin. I pushed the table in front of the door and kept the knife in my lap. At some point, I dozed off. When I woke, the table had been moved, just a few inches, enough to tell me someone had been there. I hadn't dreamed it. That evening, I hiked back to the stream and followed it upstream, hoping it would lead to a road or another cabin. After 3 hours, I found nothing. No signs of people, just trees, rocks, and silence. I returned, exhausted and shaking. The sun was setting. I didn't light the lantern that night. I sat in the dark, waiting. Around midnight, I heard footsteps. Slow, measured. They circled the cabin, then stopped, would creaked again, then silence. When I finally fell asleep, it was out of sheer exhaustion. On the 12th day, I found something hanging from the porch roof. A bundle of sticks, tied with my shoelace, hanging like a charm. Inside it was a clump of hair. My hair. I recognized the length and color. I had trimmed it a week before and tossed the strands in the trash bucket outside. Someone had taken it. That was the last day I stayed. I packed a backpack with water and food, left everything else behind, and started walking in the opposite direction of the stream. I walked all day, marking trees as I went. By dusk, I found an old logging road. I followed it until I heard the distant hum of an engine. It was a ranger's truck. He didn't ask many questions, just looked at me for a long time and radioed for help. Later, after my story was taken down, they sent someone to check the cabin. They found the post with my name, the bundle on the porch, and dozens of footprints circling the area. But no person.
No tent.
No gear. Just signs that someone had been living nearby. Watching, they asked if I wanted to press charges, but there was no one to charge. I left the city after that, moved to a smaller town. I still work, but from home now. I lock all my windows. I double-check the door. I don't go into the woods anymore. Sometimes late at night, I still hear the breathing. Not in the cabin, in my dreams. I rented a cabin last fall in northern Minnesota. It wasn't far from a little town called Eerie, near the edge of the Boundary Waters. I had been working in the city nonstop and needed to get away. The listing said the cabin was quiet, isolated, and near a few trails and a lake. It looked perfect in the photos. Simple, nothing fancy, just a single-level wooden structure with a pitched roof, a stone chimney, and a screened-in porch. There was a dock on the lake and a fire pit behind it. I drove up on a Thursday afternoon in late October. Most of the leaves had already fallen, and the ones still hanging on were dry and brown. The air was cold and smelled like damp earth and pine. The last few miles were all dirt roads with no signs, and I had to slow down more than once to make sure I was even going the right way. I passed 2 small driveways before finally reaching the one with the same name as the cabin listed online, Whispering Pines. A handmade wooden sign was nailed to a tree beside it. The driveway was narrow and curved, and after about 50 yards, I reached the clearing where the cabin sat. There was no cell service, not a single bar. I had planned for that. I brought books, some downloaded movies, extra batteries, and a few supplies to last the weekend. My plan was to hike, relax, maybe fish if the weather held. It was supposed to be clear all weekend, but cold. Highs in the 40s, lows near freezing. Inside, the cabin was simple but clean. A wood-burning stove in the corner, a small kitchen, a couch, and a couple of armchairs. The bedroom was in the back with a queen bed and a small closet. There was a battery-powered lantern and a small bathroom with a composting toilet. No shower, but I brought a jug of water for washing up. I spent the first night reading on the porch until it got too cold. Then I moved inside, started a fire in the stove, and curled up with a blanket. The silence out there was deep, almost heavy. The first full day was peaceful. I woke early, made coffee on the propane stove, and watched the sun rise over the lake through the trees. I hiked one of the trails behind the cabin for about 3 hours. It looped around a ridge and brought me back down to the edge of the lake from the other side. I didn't see another soul the entire hike, not even a footprint on the trail. The wind picked up in the afternoon, and I spent the rest of the day inside, cooking, reading, writing in a journal. The fire crackled all evening, and I fell asleep easily. The second day was when I noticed something felt off. I was chopping firewood behind the cabin when I heard what sounded like movement in the woods. Not an animal scurrying or leaves rustling in the wind, but footsteps, steady and slow. I stopped, axe in hand, and turned toward the trees. There was nothing there. I stared for a while, then went back to chopping. About an hour later, I walked down to the dock to sit for a while. The lake was calm. A few ducks swam near the reeds, and a loon called somewhere across the water. I stayed out until the sun started to dip. That's when I saw it. A branch across the trail that led up the ridge was broken. Not just bent, snapped clean off and hanging. It was a thick branch, and I knew it hadn't been like that the day before. I had walked that exact trail. I felt something tight in my stomach. Maybe a deer had run through, or wind, but there hadn't been much wind that day. I turned and walked back up to the cabin, trying not to rush. That night, I barely slept. I kept waking up. There was no noise, just this feeling, like something was watching me. I tried to brush it off as paranoia. It was remote, after all. My mind was probably just reacting to the isolation. But every time I closed my eyes, I kept picturing someone standing outside in the dark. The third morning, I decided to cut the trip short. I started packing my things and loading the car. I made sure everything inside was secure, then stepped outside to grab firewood to return to the pile. That's when I noticed tracks in the dirt. They weren't animal tracks. They were boots, clear as day. Deep impressions in the cold, damp soil. They circled the cabin, near the windows, then trailed off toward the back where the woods thickened. My mouth went dry. I looked around but saw nothing. I stood frozen for what felt like minutes. Then I grabbed my last bag, locked the cabin, and got in the car. I turned the key. Nothing. The engine didn't even click. Just silence. I tried again. Nothing. I checked the lights. They worked. The radio didn't turn on. The battery wasn't dead, but the car wasn't responding. I popped the hood and looked around, but I didn't know what I was doing. I checked the cables. They were attached. I sat back in the car, heart pounding. I tried the ignition again. Nothing. I took a few deep breaths, then reached for my phone. Still no signal. I walked up the hill toward the trail ridge. Sometimes higher elevation helps. I climbed for about 10 minutes, phone in hand, checking for bars. Nothing. The woods were dead silent. No birds, no wind, just this eerie quiet. I turned around to head back and saw movement below. Near the cabin, someone was standing at the tree line, dressed in all dark clothing, just standing, not moving. I dropped to the ground. I couldn't breathe for a second. I crawled behind a rock and peeked again. They were gone. I stayed hidden for almost an hour, shivering in the cold. My thoughts were racing. Who was it? Why were they here? How long had they been around? Were they the one who walked around the cabin? Did they tamper with the car? Eventually, I made my way back down slowly, keeping to the trees. I didn't go back to the cabin. I didn't want to get caught out in the open. I made a wide circle through the woods and came up behind the driveway. The car was still there. No sign of anyone else. I grabbed my emergency radio from the trunk. I had kept it there in case of a total outage. I turned it on and switched through the channels. After several minutes, I got a weather band. Then I picked up a voice on a distant emergency frequency. I called out for help. I gave the coordinates from the rental confirmation. Took 3 hours before I heard an engine. A local search and rescue truck came up the driveway, lights on. 2 guys stepped out. They were cautious. I explained everything I saw, including the figure near the woods. They said they'd checked the area. They didn't find anyone, but they did find something else. There were drag marks near the edge of the lake. Something heavy had been pulled through the leaves and dirt. Nearby, they found a small buried cache, a tarp, rope, some tools, a pair of binoculars. It looked like someone had been camping out there watching the cabin. They brought me into town. I filed a report. The police came and searched the area but found no one. No ID, no vehicles, nothing. The rental company had no idea who it could have been. They offered me a full refund and pulled the listing down temporarily. I went back to the city that night. I barely slept for weeks. The part that still gets me is that whoever it was didn't come to rob me. They didn't break in. They didn't attack me outright. They just watched, moved around the edges, sabotaged the car. It was like they were waiting for something, or testing how long I'd stay. I still think about how close they must have been that first night. Maybe even watching me read by the fire through the window. Every now and then, I dream about waking up and seeing a face outside the glass. I haven't gone back to a remote cabin since. I still hike, still spend time outdoors, but I stay where there are people around, where there's phone service, where help isn't hours away. That weekend was supposed to be a break, a way to reset. Instead, it showed me how quickly isolation can go from peaceful to dangerous, how you can feel completely alone and not be alone at all, and how some people don't want anything from you, just to see how long you'll last before you break. The first thing I remember is the smell of damp wood mixed with pine and cold air. It was early autumn, the kind of cold that sneaks in quietly but cuts sharply if you're not ready. I had decided to spend a few days alone in a cabin deep in the woods, away from everything. No city noise, no people, just the quiet that comes with isolation. I thought it would be peaceful, a good chance to clear my head and reset after months of stress at work and city life. I never imagined what would come. The cabin was nothing fancy, just an old wooden building nestled among tall pines and oaks. It had one small room with a stone fireplace, a kitchen corner, and a loft above that served as a bedroom. The windows were small but let in enough light during the day to see around. The floor creaked slightly when I walked, and the wood had that rough feel you get from old buildings that have seen many seasons. The first day passed quietly. I unpacked my things carefully, setting out canned food, some fresh vegetables I'd brought, a stack of books, and my camping gear. I made sure I had enough water, although there was a small stream about half a mile away. I decided to stay close for now, not wanting to get lost or hurt in unfamiliar woods. I lit the fireplace before night fell. The way the fire crackled and popped gave the cabin a warm feeling. Outside, the wind rustled through the trees, and the occasional hoot of an owl sounded in the distance. I sat in the only chair, wrapped in a blanket, watching the flames dance. I had told no one where I was going. I didn't want anyone to bother me or worry. I figured 3 days alone would be enough. The second day was clear and cold. I decided to hike to the stream and refill my water supply. The forest floor was covered with fallen leaves, making every step soft and muffled. I moved slowly, careful not to disturb anything. The trees towered above me, their branches like arms reaching for the sky. Sunlight filtered through the leaves in golden beams. When I reached the stream, I knelt down and filled my bottle with cold, clear water. The sound of the water running over rocks was soothing. I paused to look around, noticing fresh animal tracks in the mud. Deer, maybe, or a fox. It was a reminder I wasn't alone, even if I couldn't see anyone else. On the way back, I spotted a few berries growing near a bush. They looked like wild blueberries, so I picked a handful to eat later. I liked that the forest gave small gifts like that, hidden away for those who noticed. That night, after eating a simple meal, I sat by the fire again. The wind was stronger now, rattling the cabin's shutters. The darkness outside felt heavy, as if the forest was holding its breath. I tried to ignore the feeling and read one of the books I had brought, but my eyes kept drifting to the window. Around midnight, a sudden noise jolted me. It was a loud thump on the cabin wall, followed by scraping sounds. My heart jumped into my throat. I froze, listening. The wind had died down, but the noises continued. A scratching, slow and deliberate, like claws on wood. I reached for the flashlight beside me and shone it toward the wall. The beam illuminated a large black shape moving just outside the window. My breath caught in my throat when I realized it was a bear. It was huge, its fur matted and eyes shining in the light. It stood on its hind legs, towering over the window, its claws scraping the wood. I felt trapped and helpless. The bear let out a low growl, then dropped down and disappeared into the darkness. I didn't sleep much that night. Every creak of the cabin sounded like footsteps. Every rustle in the leaves set my nerves on edge. I stayed close to the fire, keeping it alive as best I could. The third day, I was more cautious. I kept the cabin door locked and didn't go far from the building. I ate little, just enough to keep my strength. The bear's visit had changed everything. The forest was no longer a peaceful refuge, but a place of danger and uncertainty. Around midday, I heard a different noise, a human sound. Distant voices, raised in urgency. I grabbed my jacket and stepped outside, scanning the trees. I couldn't see anyone, but the sound came again, closer this time. It was yelling, angry and loud. I wasn't sure if I should call out or stay quiet. The voices sounded too close to ignore, but I feared what might happen if whoever they were came near. Suddenly, I saw movement through the trees. A group of men in rugged clothing carrying rifles. They moved fast and with purpose. I stepped back inside and locked the door. I had no idea who they were or what they wanted. The men surrounded the cabin. They shouted commands I couldn't understand, pounding on the door. I tried to stay calm, thinking they might be lost hikers or park rangers. But the way they moved made me uneasy. One of them looked through the window, his face grim. Then they started to circle the cabin, banging on the walls and yelling threats. The bear was gone, but the danger had returned in another form. I felt trapped, vulnerable. The woods that had seemed so inviting just days ago now closed in like a cage. I remembered the old stories of illegal hunters and poachers in the area. Could these men be those? I didn't want to get involved, but I couldn't leave the cabin while they were around. The hours dragged on. The men stayed, restless and aggressive. I kept the fire burning, hoping the light and heat would protect me. I stayed as quiet as possible, moving only when necessary. Late in the afternoon, the men finally left, but not before smashing one of the cabin's windows and taking some of my supplies. I watched from behind a curtain as they disappeared into the woods, their figures swallowed by the trees. After they were gone, I stepped outside carefully. The damage was clear. Broken glass on the floor, splintered wood, and footprints everywhere. My heart sank. The cabin no longer felt safe. I knew I had to leave. Staying longer was a risk I couldn't take. But the forest was dense, and the sun was low. I packed what I could carry quickly and prepared to hike out. The walk back was tense. I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling eyes watching me from the shadows. The forest seemed alive with unseen threats. The stream I had visited days before now looked sinister, the peaceful water cold and dark. When I finally reached the main road, relief washed over me like a wave. I saw a car parked by the roadside and ran toward it, waving frantically. The driver stopped, a kind-looking woman who listened quietly as I explained the situation without words. She offered me a ride to the nearest town. As we drove away, I looked back at the dark line of trees behind me, the cabin hidden among the pines. The forest had taken something from me, my peace, my sense of safety. In the days that followed, I reported the incident to the local authorities. They told me the men were part of an illegal hunting group known to patrol the area. The bear I saw was likely a large male, drawn near by the smell of food. They warned me to avoid that part of the woods, especially during hunting season. The experience changed me. The cabin, the forest, the silence, they all meant something different now. What I thought was a quiet retreat turned into a nightmare of survival and fear. I still remember the smell of the damp wood, the cold air, the crackling fire, and the eyes of that bear outside the window. But more than that, I remember the feeling of being hunted, not by ghosts or legends, but by real, dangerous people and the wild, untamed nature that does not care for human safety. I never went back to that cabin. Sometimes, when the city feels too loud or the world too overwhelming, I think about those quiet woods. I think about how close I came to losing everything and how much I learned about fear and survival in those dark, cold days. Now, I keep a different kind of respect for the wilderness. It is beautiful and harsh, silent and dangerous. And sometimes the scariest things are the ones with no stories, no magic, just real life, sharp and raw.